I've started.
Welcome, everyone, to the Spirituality in Action call with today's special guest, Donna Dunn. I'm Nanette Rogers-Kennedy here with my partner, Dee Meyer. We are co-coordinators of Humanities Team Spirituality in Action program. And for those of you that don't know, Humanities Team has over 100,000 teammates in over 150 countries. We would like to thank our donors especially for your support of Spirituality in Action. Without your in-kind donations and financial nurturings, we would not be able to do our work in the world. We have access to many extraordinary speakers. It is our great pleasure to share with you Donna Dunn. She is bringing in new tools to create a life you will love through realizing your connection with your higher self, source, God, creation. We want you to be able to bring out the very best of you. Today we will be covering what is possible when you learn to make the connection with your higher self, when you can eliminate the inner voice that says you're not good enough and that unmistakable feeling of guilt for no reason. We are going to cover as much ground as we can during this call, and as Dee can attest, these calls always go so fast it's unbelievable. And we want to let you know where you can purchase Donna's book, The 8 Keys to Wholeness, Tools for Hope-Filled Healing. And you can go to Donna's site to get more information, which is www.wildsuccess4you.com, or you can go to Amazon or your favorite hometown bookseller. Now, Dee, I'm going to give it over to you, and you can introduce our guest.
Thanks, Nanette. I am super excited to introduce you to my friend Donna Dunn. Donna is an insightful teacher, shamanic healer, ceremonial leader, and master success coach. Assisting others since 1987, she uses storytelling, art, writing, and integrative ritual to offer multidimensional empowerment programs. Donna loves to witness the wonder of separate individuals coming together and becoming a vibrant, integrated circle, fertile for personal healing and collective transformation. She is the award-winning, internationally published author of Turtle Wisdom, Coming Home to Yourself, and Ophelia's Oracle for Girls, the Turtle Wisdom Personal Illumination Cards, and the newly released 8 Keys to Wholeness, Tools for Hope-Filled Healing. I had the great pleasure of meeting Donna in Colorado late last fall after the floods. And Donna has just been a source of inspiration and hope and help for both my daughter and I. So welcome, Donna, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Dee and Annette. I appreciate being here today.
Well, we're so grateful that you could make time for us today in your busy schedule to help us and be a part of this interview.
Yes, thank you.
We'd like to invite you to lead a centering in process today as we start our call.
I would love to. And so just taking a nice deep breath from our bellies and releasing that breath. I know and declare, that this is such a glorious day, for as we gather with intention in circle, even when that circle reaches out around the globe. When we gather in circle, we come to this place of sacred inner self, connected to the great source of all there is. I know and declare that our time together is blessed, guided, insightful, and lots of fun. And from that place of acceptance and knowing, we easily move into the time that we have with great thanks. And so it is.
And so it is. Thank you. Well, Donna, I love your work, and the 8 Keys to Wholeness is chock full of tools for living in oneness. You are a teacher showing us how to walk the path of personal integrity, also showing us how to tap into the wisdom of our bodies. How did you get on your path, and why are you so passionate about your work?
Well, that is just a great question to open with, Dee. I would say that I believe that I really officially stepped onto this path of assisting others and also my own personal exploration when I was a very young girl of 6, and I encountered an unusual trauma, and in that time of traumatic occurrence, for some reason, what really stands out is that I was connected with the other side of my spiritual guides, having a direct connection with our source, really knowing the way back and forth over that etheric bridge that I think is available and open to all of us. And at that time, these spiritual guides became really my inner counsel, who literally would show me the way from simple things like everyday life to very serious things like my survival at that time, my emotional and even physical survival. And so I was able to live through a time of very traumatic abuse in a way that allowed me to maintain a certain wholeness of my personality. And in fact, again, I'm very grateful for this, but I think that I was instructed in ways that maybe not everyone is in those kinds of horrible situations.
I first want to say that I can, to some degree, understand everything you just said from personal experience myself, and there is a definite gift in, if you can open your eyes to find the gift, is what I was going to say. And clearly from reading your book, you definitely found the gift. I wanted to, because the chakras are such a big part of the book, and not everybody is completely familiar with the significance of the chakras and the power for healing. Can you just kind of do a brief overview of the significance of the chakras?
Oh, yes. I think that's a wonderful thought. And, you know, I was surprised, I want to just say, I was surprised when the chakras presented themselves, because really that is what happened, as the container for this information. And I believe that part of why that happened is because the chakras are energy centers within our bodies, which have been spoken about, written about, taught about since ancient times. We find these writings in very old sacred writings explaining about these energy centers and how they connect with us individually and how they connect with us collectively, and how they can be used in a way that allows us to live more fully and in alignment with our soul essence, or the divine work that we have come here to do. And when I say the divine work, I don't necessarily mean what we do for our jobs. I also mean, you know, things like learning compassion, living through a challenge and surviving. These things are a part of that as well. So again, when I was writing this material, which I was in writing and research and editing for over 4 years with this particular book, and I actually went back to school and received a master's degree in engaged humanities with an emphasis in depth psychology while I was writing this book, and that was really a big part of why I was able to pull it together. It actually got me writing when I had no intention to write. I think I was kind of led to it, really. And so as I was going through that process, and I speak about this in the very beginning of the book, the introduction, I was meditating deeply because the material that I was writing about was so personally challenging and difficult to put into words and to honor it by my words. And it was complete darkness, and I felt that I was in a very fearful place. Again, this was not a book I ever wanted to write, where I acknowledged my own childhood abuse. And in that darkness came the rainbow. And as you know, Nanette, the chakras present themselves in these rainbow colors. And as I felt into the energy of the rainbow, which is such a wonderful shamanic symbol anyway, I realized that it was both about the rainbow warrior teachings that come through many traditions, about the fact that we will all rise up and come together in oneness regardless of where we come from and regardless of what tribe we are from. It was both relative to that and the healing that hopefully will contribute to that, and also to the personal chakra system and the need for the alignment of those chakras so that we can step forward in life in a better, fuller way and, again, accomplish what we've come here to do. And so the chakras became this container, and I think it works well in the book. I hope it does.
Well, I think it does, and I think this is a good time to interject for those that are listening that the book is not just about the chakras. It is a beautiful, well-told, raw story is intertwined with the information about the chakras. Having said that, I just want to ask you one more follow-up question about chakras. Is there a particular chakra that stands out in this time, today, this age, that needs to be addressed?
I think they all have relevance in different ways, but I also hear what you're asking. And for me, I believe the eighth key, which is actually a triad of chakras, is very significant and very important. And I would ask, I know that you like to have your guests do a meditation at some point. And later in our interview, I would love to walk us all through an experience of those three triad chakras and how they work together.
Beautiful, great. Recognizing and living from oneness is so important. And many, many people listening have an understanding of oneness to a degree. But there is this piece that's missing for many of us, and that is understanding the importance of self-love and appreciation. When we have the feeling that we are not good enough or not deserving, we really are not serving our destiny or our life's purpose. What can we do to find the origins of the negative beliefs and then find the gifts hidden within?
Oh, I so appreciate this question because it really speaks to the very heart of this book, 8 Keys to Wholeness, because I feel that we need to identify our stuck places, which often fall under this category of I'm not good enough or I don't deserve it. The fact is, whoever we are, whoever you are, whatever you're doing in your life, whatever is going on, you are good enough or you wouldn't be here. You know, we're all here for a purpose, and we all fit together like those significant puzzle pieces. Without any one of us, it's not a complete picture. And so to me, part of the call of our times is to transform this sludge of our personalities, the places where we really don't feel complete with who we are, where we don't feel good enough. And I find that often those pieces are relative to some kind of wounding. It may not be something like a physical abuse or a sexual abuse. It may be something as simple as a teacher laughed at your poem and said, you know, you're not a very good writer. Or somebody rolled the eyes when you were sharing, you know, a gift that you created. And then people shut down these parts of themselves. And so in 8 Keys to Wholeness, we work with this chakra system within the body. We start from the very beginning, which is grounding into our sacred roots. And we draw forth, there's a lot of processes so that we can draw forth the pieces of ourself that aren't fully healed and bring them out and invite them to participate in a way that I hope is then, helps them in their evolution towards more of a wholeness, more of a fullness, contributing then to a sense of, I am good enough. I do deserve a good life. And also I can seize wild opportunities and go to an even greater space, something maybe that scares the heck out of me. You know, I think that as we go along, we more and more need to challenge ourselves with the next step, the next step, the next step, because life is an evolution, and our souls have come here to be more and more and more and more.
That's what I was wondering about is if we really get this piece, it's going to affect our abundance and our willingness to take a risk. And abundance, by abundance, I mean more than just money, but abundance of situations coming in, abundance of friends, abundance of everything joyful.
Yes. And I love that you put that term on it, Dee, because, I think those of us who are fully embracing life are so busy. Sometimes it's hard to have a moment to sit down and pause. And I was just saying this to a client the other day, a coaching client. I said, somewhere right now, even in this city, there are people sitting in chairs who are bored. And isn't it wonderful that that's not you? Because when we open up to the fullness of who we are, the things that we have to do are just infinite. You know, we will be done with life before we run out of ideas of how we can play here.
That's a very interesting line there. Well, I want to let everybody know that I've been very inspired by the 8 Keys to Wholeness, and there were several sentences that stood out for me, but I have one in particular that really spoke to me, and it was, let all of your experiences be recognized for the parts they play. No one thing becomes the single defining piece. Do you want to comment on that?
Yes. You know, to me, this is the sadness of the other side of some people's traumatic experiences, is that whatever happened, no matter how horrible it was, and even when it's an ongoing challenge, such as an illness or a disability, no matter how challenging that is, if we become enmeshed or wallowing in or stuck in the muck of, oh, how horrible this is, we really do miss that point of the gems or the gifts that are hidden within. And I want to be clear, I am in no way minimizing the horror of what some people have to live through. And I recognize pain and, woundedness. And when I work with people, certainly we have to be there and be in it first. But what I'm saying is when you go 20 years later, or a lifetime in many cases, and that is the single most influential lens that you view your life through. And it limits you, and it holds you back, and it puts certain labels on you which are limiting. That, to me, is sad, because then that event has stolen your entire life. And I experienced this, I experienced this when I spoke to a group of divorcees. And I was actually leading a full-day workshop, which was embracing the heart of the beloved. And, of course, the first premise of embracing the heart of the beloved is embracing yourself as beloved. And we broke for lunch, and I went to the restroom, and a woman followed me in, and she literally cornered me in the restroom in this little tiny corner, and she's in front of me, and she's very animated, and she's talking to me about her experience with her husband, and her arms are flailing all around, and she ends by saying, "And I will never love again." And I say, oh my, how long ago was that? Thinking it was last week, last month, last year. And she responds by saying, that was over 20 years ago. Sad.
It's very, very sad. And I think to some degree we've all been through circumstances where when you're standing in the fire of the circumstance, that you can have those thoughts very naturally that, as you said, you're not saying in any way that people won't be grieving for the situation or have to go through some things. But your book, I think, gives hope to that that's not the way it has to be.
Well, no, and of course we must grieve. That is also part of the 8 keys to wholeness, is we go back and reclaim those parts of us maybe that we've pushed aside or rejected or not wanted to be identified as. I'm sure that you noticed that I spoke to the fact that I never wanted to be called a victim, ever. And then through my exploration and research, found out that, in fact, I completely fit the definition of victim, and that by rejecting that term, I was actually rejecting what I saw as the weaker part of myself, and that I needed to embrace her and hold her and cradle her, and that was the very least that she deserved from me.
I have a comment and another follow-up question. But the comment is, I know from an experience I had, this is leading into my question, and the question is, life circumstances have broken many people to the point where we no longer see our greatness. And 20 years ago, I was eyewitness to a suicide. And I remember vividly thinking, how am I going to get to the other side of this? And for about a year, and there's probably to this day not a day that goes by that I don't think about it, but I don't define myself as being that person who witnessed that. But can you share with us ways for people to open up to their greatest potential?
Yes, and this is not a simple answer, and I think it's different for each of us and each situation, which I think is really the beauty of working with a caring professional practitioner or coach to process this information. You know, as I listen to your personal story, which is just remarkable in so many ways to have encountered that and lived through that, I start getting a lot of information that I think would be for you individually, and so I'm kind of filtering that. What I feel is you just need to be open to the curiosity of, okay, what was this? And what is the meaning of this? Because there always is a meaning. And sometimes it may be very elusive and it may be hard to see, you know, and in some cases it's not something that we want to easily look at. But there always is information, and if we can just pull forward the threads of the information that is apparent, usually then deeper threads will surface. And it is that peeling of the layers to get to what is the heart, you know, underneath each of our challenges, each of our wounds. And it's not that we get stuck in the processing either. I want to be clear about that, you know, because I know people complain about the field of psychology for that reason. I've always been very pragmatic and practical in the way that I work with people. But I think that we are so busy in our lives that we just, you know, sort of rush by it and don't stop to be with the greatness of these situations. Because, and I keep wanting to say this to you, Nanette, is that as horrible as that is, the first thing that came to mind when you were sharing your personal story is, oh my gosh, the enormity of who you are, that you would be chosen to be there at that particular moment with that particular soul. You know, and so I do think that there's something precious and unique to you in that experience.
Well, it's interesting that you said what you said, because I also am pretty pragmatic about if I decide I need to be in counseling, and I did go into counseling, but I need to say also that it was 10 years and I had this major epiphany, and that gift finally revealed itself to me, and I was standing in the middle of Colorado State University campus, and it was like somebody tapped me on the shoulder, and I realized that I was chosen to be there because this man was afraid to die alone. And it really was a tremendous stop point for me questioning, why did I have to be there? You know, why did this have to happen to me, which is the victim thinking. So I couldn't agree more with everything you just said, and thank you for your input on that.
Well, and in some way, that experience has led to the enormity of the way in which you show up in the world now, because, again, I don't want to, you know, minimize the horror of what happened when somebody takes their own life. But the fact that you could be there to midwife that then adds to this piece of you being able to work in such a big way in the world, helping to midwife souls into the next level of their beingness. You know, so it's in a way it's really a part and a contribution to that.
Well, thank you for saying that, because I think that's really important for everybody to hear. And then my last follow-up is, would you talk about, since we're talking a little bit about the victim thing, would you talk about moving from the feeling of being a victim to the strength of knowing that we are not defined by those experiences?
Yes, and this again is going to be two-sided, as most things are, because on the one hand, we need to move from being identified as I am a victim or I was victimized in my life, and that is the identity that I claim, moving from that to a place of recognizing that this was one experience in all of our experiences, and they all matter, and they all lead us to be the person that we are. That's on the one side. But on the other side, which was, the person that I was, I did not identify as a victim, and yet then there's all this material that's been left in the past that is usable, that is valuable, that is precious, and that is not fully integrated into, the person. And so it really holds us back from becoming our actualized self, or our wholeness is not available to us as long as we keep these fragmented pieces at bay. And again, I feel like that's the call of our times, is really to fully weave the parts of us into the whole tapestry of our personality so that we can show up and meet each other in the fullness of our being. And how you do that, again, I feel like the first step is recognizing the need to do it, and certainly working with a professional is one way, but even reading a book such as 8 Keys to Wholeness or other books that are on the market that speak to this kind of work, a person can do a lot with themselves and their journal. They can do a lot with themselves and their morning meditation when the spiritual source speaks to them directly and encourages them in their day. They can do a lot through their actions and the ways in which they change their behavior to express a new way. For me, it was very difficult to say, people knew that I had experienced some kind of abuse in my childhood, but when my first book, Turtle Wisdom, came out, I spent literally 5 months playing with my bio to come up with a way that I could acknowledge it without really saying what it was, because I was abused sexually on the altar in the Catholic Church. And, that's been it's still hard. In this moment, my heart is pounding because I just said that out loud to you. And yet I have to say, in the interesting way that things are, we know that our peace always makes a difference. And literally the day after I sent this book to press, the news flash was, UN holds the Vatican accountable. And, in no way do I think I directly influenced that, but I absolutely believe that I was one more person speaking my truth, and that helped to tip the scales of balance for things, to come to this head. And it's been very different ever since then. Public support is much more with the victim than it was prior to that. Mm-hmm. And in years past, I've literally had people within the church, nuns and priests who are still within the church, who just burst out crying when they thought about me speaking about this, not because they were concerned for the church, but because they were concerned for me and the backlash that I might experience if I ever spoke about this.
Absolutely. So, Dunn, would you like to read Let Me Tell You a Story, or would you rather skip that and move on?
Well, I think that was such an interesting question that you posed, to read that. And I think I would like to read it. And,
Great.
you know, I want to let you know that even though you sent me that question so that I had a little, you know, prior knowledge that that might happen, I purposely did not read this story because I wanted to be in the authenticity of this moment, returning to it. And this came forth. Laura Sims is an internationally known storyteller. She's really amazing. She does remarkable work in war-torn countries with helping kids especially put their stories into words of really the difficult situations that they've been in. And I had no intention of writing this story, but it just spilled out in the morning during this workshop, and here it is. So let me tell you a story. There once was a girl who was young and fresh and curious. She loved the adventure of life. When she was about waist high, about 6 years old, she left the safety of her home and began to explore the world around her. Not long after, while she was still so fresh and new, the little girl was entrusted to people who cared for her during 2 long days. But these people were not what they seemed to be. Unbeknownst to her parents, these people hurt the little girl. They hurt her in ways which tore her skin. They hurt her in ways which strained her muscles. They hurt her in ways which ached her bones. They hurt her in ways which went deep down into the teeny tiny places within her sweet heart. And that is where the pain lived, sleeping for a very long time. But there is another part of this story. Because when the hurt girl lay crumbled, trembling on hard, cold steps, and feeling very alone, a candle said, "Come to my flame. Let me warm your chilled bones and soothe your pain." And when the girl had been pinned by a very heavy weight upon her small body, she smelled dirt right next to her face. And the dirt said, "Don't worry, I will hold you up." And as her young tears fell upon a rock, the rock said, "I feel your pain." And another time, when the girl was being hurt, a magnificent bird with the softest wings came to her and said, "Climb upon my back and hold on. I will take you far, far away to the gentle mountain who knows how to heal all things." And together they flew into the distant horizon. So even though the little girl was very hurt, she never felt completely alone again. Now, this girl's story is not something that you would yell over to your neighbor across the fence. It is not a story that you would tell your friend over tea. It is not a story you would whisper to your children at bedtime. The girl's story was unspeakable. Yet, as the still curious girl grew, she traveled far and wide, and she found a clan who knew the ways of the earth and the rocks and even the fire. They understood the meaning of one's tears. A very old man with wisdom as long as his beard gave the girl her true name, Wakanyapi Maka Wichinapi, Earth Star Rising. And one day, Wakanyapi Maka Wichinapi, Earth Star Rising, felt something rumble in her belly, grrr, like a giant force ready to explode. And one day, Wakanyapi Maka Wichinapi, Earth Star Rising, felt something move within her heart, and the pain that had been sleeping for a very long time began to stretch and yawn. And one day, Wakinyapi Maka Wichanapi felt something tingle in the place between her heart and her throat, her high heart, the place where the compassion of one's heart begins to move into form. She felt something tingle there, and then she knew, as she saw two white birds point their beaks upward and move up and through her throat until they popped out her mouth and flew to freedom. Your wound has become your strength, a strong yet gentle voice said, and that is how I come to tell you this story today.
Beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
We all have had hurts in our lives, and not to the degree that you went through as a young girl, but these are oftentimes secret wounds that we've been carrying from childhood and teen years. How do we start to deal with this work?
The very first step is to be with it yourself in a way that is that self-acceptance, to recognize that it is a piece of you. It may not be the defining piece, but it is a piece of you. The next step, I believe, is to speak about it in ways and places that are safe, with people who can hear you and sit with you in the fullness of your wound without belittling it or talking about what happened to them instead of you, because no matter, as you say, Dee, we all have these wounds, and these wounds, it's not like a competition. Everyone's pain matters. It's not like, is your boo-boo bigger than my boo-boo? They're all wounds, and they all deserve our attention. At the same time, again, there is that balance of not getting stuck in them. And so sometimes we have someone who's been telling the same story for the past 20 years, like the woman who cornered me in the bathroom. For somebody like that, it's another kind of tough love, which is, okay, take a breath, and it's now time to begin moving through that because it's not serving you to remain stuck in it.
Well, thank you for reading So Let Me Tell You Story aloud. I really love that. It's a beautiful story.
Well, and it acknowledges the importance in my healing of what I call shamanic wisdom, which came from many indigenous teachings. I studied with holy people and shamans over a period of 40 years, and it really, there's a lot of that understanding in this book, and I honor my teachers and my lineages in that way.
Mm. I was going to ask you, because it was so beautifully written, and it just brought to mind Maya Angelou's "When the Cage Bird Sings," with the imagery that you used, and I just thank you for reading it. It was very beautifully written. And
although I love Maya Angelou, I've never read that. And I attribute, this came out exactly as I had read it, really. I think I changed one or two words to match the tense, but it spilled out exactly that way. And I really attribute this to the phenomenal container. Since I teach workshops also, I know how that is. Laura Sims just created this beautiful space for us during this weekend, and I accessed that place of wounding in a way that I actually had never quite done before in a public setting within a group. And in fact, when I was reporting in and I said I wrote a story in my journal this morning, she asked me to read it, and I had such a hard time reading that the first time through that she had me pause, and she invited all the people in the group, and it was a very small group. I think there were 10 people or something, 8 or 10 people. But they all gathered around me in a very close circle. I could literally hear their breath. And I shared it, and at times I was sobbing so loudly that we had to, pause as I gathered myself. And I'm also not a person who normally cries, never mind cries in public. That was part of my aftermath of what had happened to me. I stopped crying. And so here I am in the middle of this group, and I'm sobbing uncontrollably and reading this. And then Laura did something quite remarkable. At the end of my words, she looked around the group, and she asked somebody who she knew I had gotten really close to during the weekend to begin by telling me my story back to me. And the woman started to speak, and when she couldn't go any further, someone else picked it up, and then someone else, and then someone else. And the contrast of the female voices with the masculine voices telling me my story, in most cases, word for word, they had remembered it. I just can't even describe what that did. I really attribute it, again, as the single most important thing externally in my healing process, because I felt like I had been heard, accepted, and reflected by this group. It was just beautiful. Mm-hmm. Laura Sims. She's out of New York City.
That sounds like a very healing thing for us all to keep in mind, because we will know that we've been heard. I want to get to this question. In the 8 Keys to Wholeness, you write about reclaiming the altar. What does reclaiming the altar mean, and how do we start that, or how did you start that?
Well, and this really grew out of the fact that my wounding was in a religious setting, which I believe really brings a different component sometimes to our abuse or wounding. And yet I believe that this is relevant for all of us. In fact, yesterday I spoke with a business group and feel that even in corporate America, this has relevance, which is recognizing that there is no church or doctrine or sacred place outside of ourselves that is more important than the sacred spot, the holy altar that we carry inside of us. And it goes everywhere we go, and it's available in any moment. As we demonstrated at the beginning of this call, in a breath, you can be there. It is the essence that moves through your very heartbeat to all parts of your body. It's in your bones. It's your divine inheritance as a child of Source, as a child of the universe, of Spirit, of the great Creator. You are this spiritual essence coming into form, and that in itself is sacred. And so this key is actually, a particular key. It relates to the third eye chakra, where you draw in your inspiration, your wisdom, your higher truth. And again, it's something that is available to all of us in any given moment.
You bring so many powerful questions to us in your book. Can you describe how we can use the 8 keys to wholeness, how we can use the questions that you provided to help begin our personal journeys?
Well, what would it be like if we just go into a very brief focus on that triad of chakras that I promised earlier?
You bet. Let's do that.
If we had more time, we actually could do a focus just on the eighth key, and I could do a lot of teaching around each piece of that. But because of our limit here, let me just talk us through it, okay?
Great, please.
Wonderful. And so I ask everyone present to these words, if you can focus on an aspect of your personality which has been wounded, an aspect of your personality that still holds some of the intensity of whatever it is that happened to you. Or perhaps this can also be something that is a limitation that is holding you back. So it may not be actually a wound that you have in mind, but perhaps something to do with not being good enough or not deserving, or a limitation because you're afraid to step out in a new and bigger way. I would like you to imagine that you invite that piece of you present right now, and you draw it to the place in your body, your solar plexus, and actually create a little container with your hands that cradles that which you brought up in your hands in front of your body at your solar plexus. And since we're there, I would like you to imagine that there is some of your own beautiful, compassionate, loving heart essence that spills out onto whatever this is and just seasons it a bit, cradles it a bit in your own hands. Now, in your next breath, imagine your awareness moving down your physical body and out the very soles of your feet, and see yourself standing on the green earth or the brown earth or even the white earth. If it's the white earth, it's the perfect temperature. Imagine yourself seeing those roots from the very soles of your feet, moving deeply into the earth below you, going far beneath you, and somewhere a foot or two down, you encounter the Earth Star Chakra. And the Earth Star Chakra holds you every day in every way, connected to Gaia, the Mother. It feeds you with vital life force energy. It connects you with your earth-born reality, and it also holds a divine responsibility to be an earth guardian and to support her in whatever way you can. And you once again move in the other direction now, up from this Earth Star Chakra, gathering the force that's there that supports you, moving up through your knees and your thighs, moving up past that solar plexus that cradles your wound or limitation. And just pause there for a moment as you mingle those energies. And the Earth Star Chakra blesses and activates the energy with your wound or your limitation. And move up further now through the heart, pausing before you get to the throat, about midway, in the area of the high heart, which is the place of knowing, compassion, mercy, love, unconditional love, truth. And pause there for a moment as you gather that loving energy for yourself. Continue to move up through your physical body, past your mouth and your eyes, and the brow where the third eye is, up through the crown, continuing a foot or two above the body as you connect with the soul star chakra. And this is the place where you connect with the angels, the guides, the helper beings, your mentors for life. It is the heavenly realm where you can access true insight, understanding, and acceptance for all that happens to you. It is also the place of your divine inheritance, the gifts, the challenges, which are also gifts, the mission that is yours uniquely to do in our world. Gather the energy there, and in your next breath, move down, down, through the crown, the third eye, your throat, gently connecting with the high heart, moving into the heart, and through to your hands, which cradle your wound or limitation. And season that with all that you have gathered from the high heart and the soul star chakra, activating it and expanding it to more of what it can be in its truest essence, in its fullest being. Knowing you are loved, accepted, and blessed, the entirety of who you are, including, and today especially, for this part of you.
Beautiful.
And now just move those hands into some part of your body, wherever you're inclined to connect them. Connect them and allow that which we have done there to actually enter your body, enter your form, and become a part of you, integrated into the wholeness of who you are.
Oh, this hour just went by so fast. We knew it
always does.
Oh, thank you so much for being with us today, Donna.
Oh, thank you. It was my pleasure to be here, really.
Very powerful and very insightful.
Do you want to quickly share how people can find you again?
Well, they can go to my website, www.wildsuccessforyou. There's information there about the books, the speaking that I do, some older information about workshops. As I shared with you, I'm right now in the process of reworking my website. We are launching online courses in the fall. There is a retreat up in Grand Lake, Colorado in August 22nd through the 24th. There's a little bit of information up there, and there's also a button where people can connect with me. So I'd love to hear from anybody who would like to have direct connection. And I so appreciate both of you, your insightful questions, and your loving space today.
Thank you. Well, I'm thinking that what we wanted to do is just make a couple of quick announcements, and again thank Donna Dunn for a beautiful interview. And we want to remember that Global Oneness Day is October 24th. Please mark your calendar. And through our correspondences from Humanities Team, you will learn about upcoming calls that are going to be happening. And to remind everybody that the Humanities Team Global Council is off to South Africa here in a very short few days to honor Nelson Mandela posthumously and bestow him with our Spiritual Leadership Award. So those are some pretty big things that are coming up right now. Dee, can you think of anything else?
Nope, it's just been a delightful hour. Thank you, Donna. Thank you, Nanette. I've so enjoyed it.
I agree.
We'll have to have Donna back soon.
Yes, because there's a few questions we would have liked to have gotten to. All right, thank you, everybody, and we'll send out an email with the pertinent information for this interview. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Goodbye. Go ahead.
Hello, everybody. We would like to welcome everyone to the Spirituality in Action call with our friend and guest, Angie Lyle. I'm Nanette Rogers-Kennedy here with Dee Meyer. We are the co-coordinators of Humanities Team Spirituality in Action program. Before we start the interview, we would like to thank our donors for your support of Spirituality in Action, because without your financial help and without others' in-kind donations, we would not be able to do the work in the world that we are trying to do. On our calls, we like to begin with the 5 Steps to Peace written by Neale Donald Walsch, our founder. And Dee, I'm going to call upon you. Would you please read the 5 Steps to Peace?
Sure, and welcome everyone. Peace will be attained when we as human beings permit ourselves to acknowledge that some of our old beliefs about God and about life are no longer working. Explore the possibility that there is something we do not understand about God and about life, the understanding of which could change everything. Announce that we are willing for new understandings of God and life to now be brought forth, understandings that could produce a new way of life on this planet. Courageously examine these new understandings, and if they align with our personal inner truth and knowing, enlarge our belief system to include them. Express our lives as a demonstration of our highest beliefs rather than as a denial of them. This was written by Neale Donald Walsch from his book, New Revelations. We want to make sure that you've had the opportunity to listen to the last calls being offered by Humanities Team. The Humanities Prayer and Intention and Meditation call led by Reverend Michelle Savaco, the recent interviews, Spirituality in Action interviews with Neale Donald Walsch, MarBeth Dunn, Debbie Satofsky, and Carl Stedna. So we're so excited to share this wonderful hour with you. Now Nanette is going to introduce you to our dear friend, Angie Lyle.
And that is a true statement, very dear friend, and feel very blessed to know Angie. Angie Lyle is the mother of twin daughters, a wife, filmmaker, business owner, and a spiritual activist. God's Clue is her first children's book and was inspired by true events that occurred while trying to explain the passing of a beloved family pet. Angie currently volunteers for the grassroots spiritual movement Humanities Team, which was founded by Neale Donald Walsch. She is the primary filmmaker for Humanities Team and also does a variety of social marketing for the group and for Neale Donald Walsch himself. Her other inspirations include such authors as Marianne Williamson, Deepak Chopra, Eckhart Tolle, Wayne Dyer, Louise Hay, Barbara Marx Hubbard, and many, many more. Other volunteer positions include the Waldo Business Area Association in the Kansas City area, the Tower Homes Association, as well as the Girl Scout Cookie Mom, PTA volunteer and organizer of a local Humanities Team group. Angie has also produced a children's web series called Art Felt Learning, which teaches children about our interconnectedness through interesting art projects. Recently, Angie was invited to be a contributor to vividlife.me, a Canadian-based online spiritual resource center. Angie blogs there about conscious parenting and has many more interesting stories to share about raising her twins as a conscious parent. Of course, she hopes to write more of these books as life presents them to her. Now, unfortunately, the illustrator of this awesome book that Angie wrote, Lori Cartwright, can't be with us today, but I just want to say a few words about her. And first of all, I love the artwork in the book. Lori Cartwright is a longtime believer that everything and everyone is connected. She approaches art with her spiritual perspective, hoping to convey the life force within each of her drawings. This book was an answer to her prayer that she would be able to share her beliefs with others and assist with healing through her art. And we will send out a note after this interview, but I'm going to read to you the website for Lori Cartwright. And it's http:// as in Sam, A-I, F as in Frank, O-N-A-R-T UM as in Mary, B as in boy, LR.com. Dee, over to you.
Well, welcome, Angie, and thank you so much for taking the time to be with us today.
Wow, thank you so much for having me on this call. I really admire the work that you guys are doing with these spirituality and action calls, and so I'm just so excited to have this conversation with you two.
Well, we're so excited to have you with us. One of the things that we discussed earlier is that we would really love it if you could read God's Clue for our listening audience. Could you do that for us?
I would love to, and I hope you don't mind, but I would like to start with the dedication that's at the front, because we each of us wrote a dedication to the book because the process was a long process, and when we finished it all up, we really, these words are just so filled with every emotion that we had at the time when it was completed. So the first dedication is from me, and I dedicated this book to God for giving this story to us almost exactly as it is, to my husband who always believes in me, to my beautiful girls for their constant love and encouragement, and to Savannah, the cat the book was written about, and for sharing her life and transition with us. And Lori wrote her dedication for her wonderful friends and family, for encouraging her husband and her 4 beautiful children, and for their unconditional love and sharing their mom time with her art. And to God, the pure essence and spirit of life from which all creative energy flows, which I really believe that too. And so the story starts. One day, not long ago, in a place not far away, lived a happy family. There was Dad, and there was Mom, and there was Maggie and Sophie, who were only 3.5 years old. They had 2 dogs and 2 cats. Crook was a German Shepherd. Sneaker was our white fluffy cat. Sam is an Australian Shepherd. And Savannah is a Siamese cat. One day, Mom said to Maggie and Sophie, "Girls, I think you should know that Savannah will be leaving us soon to go and live with God for a while." Now, the girls were very smart for their age, and they remembered that Mom had told them that God lived inside of them. So they were very interested to know that Savannah would be going there too. "God lives inside of us," Sophie exclaimed. Mom said, "Yes, and all around us and inside everything we see." A few days later, Mom was very sad as she told the girls that Savannah had gone to live with God. The girls were confused. Why was Mom sad? "Why are you sad, Mom?" Maggie asked. "I'm going to miss her furry little body in that special way she purrs at me," Mom said. Maggie didn't like to see her mom sad and began to feel very sad herself. "I don't want you to be sad, Mom," Sophie explained. "It's okay to feel sad," Mom explained. "We will miss Savannah, but we'll learn to live with her in this new way. She is still part of us and is still very much with us. She just doesn't have her body anymore." Then Mom had an idea. "I know, let's go out in the yard and look for clues that show us that Savannah is still with us, even though we can't see her." Now the girls were very excited to look for clues. They had many adventure books that had lots of treasure hunting in them, so they were ready to go. First, Mom said, "Let's say a little prayer to God for helping in finding the clue we're looking for." The girls both clasped their hands and looked solemn. Mom said, "Dear God, please lead us to the clue that you have put outside for us to find, which lets us know without a doubt that Savannah is still with us. Thank you and amen." "Amen," the girls chimed. Then they all went outside. Mom made sure to lead them to all of the great clue hiding spots, like under the tree, behind the rocks, and in the flower beds. They didn't know what the clue would look like, so they were just looking for anything unusual. Suddenly, while looking through the flowers, both the girls spied the clue at the same time. "Look," they both said simultaneously, as twins are sometimes apt to do. "What is this?" Mom came over to look, and tears began to shine in her eyes. "Well, look at that. God has left this here for us to find." She leaned over to get a closer look. "What is it?" Maggie said again, rather wondrously. "This is a cicada bug," Mom said, "and it likes to shed its skin as it grows. It's a beautiful, colorful bug that sings loudly when the sun is setting." The girls looked at it, and Sophie says, rather smartly, "But it's not colorful at all." "Exactly," said Mom, smiling. "But if we watch for a bit, we can see that it just changed its body and will soon be flying around in a beautiful new body. Just like Savannah changed her old body and is now free to fly around anywhere she pleases, including to be with us." The three watched as the beautiful insect began to emerge from the dry, shriveled up skin around it. When it finally loosed itself from its old skin, it sat for a bit in the sun, letting its wings dry out. "Wow," said the girls together again. "Savannah sure is lucky," said Maggie. "But you'll still miss her, huh, Mom?" Mom thought about it. "No, Maggie, I don't think I'll miss her as much now. Thanks to this clue, I'll always remember that she's right here." With that, she tapped the girls on their chest and gave them each a great, big mommy hug. And I ended this book with a quote from Neil Donald Walsh and his book, Conversations with God, which says, "You never do die. You simply change form."
Beautiful.
Mhm. It is absolutely beautiful, Angie.
Thanks.
I really love the part where you take the girls outside to look for clues, that Savannah is still with you, and the prayer that you shared, "Dear God, please lead us to the clues." That's just amazing. And if, we could just take that prayer and apply it to daily life and all of the different aspects of life, it's teaching your daughters and all children a new way of being. And I just love that.
Yes, and it's just so much more magical for me because it really did happen that way. The only difference is that the bug wasn't really emerging, but we did find the cicada shell. And so then we looked up online to see, how it comes out and the beautiful, insect. And then later when we were at the school, one of those cicada bugs landed right on my shoulder, and I was able to show them just how pretty this bug really was. So, it all just happened so magically that, I knew I had to write it.
So we are working on bringing God's Clue into Humanities Team Store, but until then, Angie, can you share your website information where people can purchase your beautiful book?
Yes, we have a website at godsclue.com. It's GODSCLUE.com. And the website, right on the website, there's a button that you can click on where to buy. The book is self-published, and we did that through Lulu. And so right now the only way to purchase it is through there until we get it available on Humanities Team.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
I, too, am a writer, so I'm going to ask you a question that's geared towards the writing process. Oftentimes when we receive an inspiration, a calling, or a knowing, there's that next step that requires the action needed to bring a project about, like writing a book. And I just wondered if you wanted to share with our listeners the process of how you came to write God's Clue. What was it that inspired you to take action to put it all into words and into story?
Well, it's really funny because almost everything that I write happens just so instantly that I don't really have a chance to talk myself out of it. So, and this was the first time it had happened to me, but when we were out looking around for clues, and we really did say the prayer, we really went outside, and we were looking around. It was a summer day, and, we found the cicada shell, and I explained to them what happened, just like in the book. Everything happened exactly the way it is, because then I went inside immediately and wrote it within 15 or 20 minutes. It doesn't take long to capture the initial story, even if you run right in and just jot it down, because that inspiration that comes immediately. I mean, I saw the whole thing just flash before my eyes almost. And the hardest part for me was when it came time to illustrate it. So, writing the book was easy, but then I thought to myself, well, how do I make this into a children's book? Because this is exactly what it needs to be. This is a message for little girls and boys everywhere who've lost their little, family pet and have to watch their parents be sad and try to decide for themselves, should I be sad or not, and that's what I was going through in that moment. So I think seizing the moment and jumping on that as soon as you have your inspiration is really key. And you can always go back and fine tune, and miracles start to happen, as I found out when I met Lori.
I was just going to ask you, because the artwork is very compelling, and because I have met you and your daughters and your husband and your animals, I was really kind of blown away because I can see the resemblance, and it's very beautiful. How did you meet Lori?
Lori lived in my neighborhood, and she was part of a babysitting co-op that was in the neighborhood between moms, and it was just kind of a neat way to get to know other moms in the neighborhood. And it was before the girls were starting school, so I was interested in learning about the other parents' experiences with the schools in the neighborhood. And Lori's children went to the same school that my children now attend, which is a Montessori school, and very much in alignment with oneness principles, with the way they teach children the universal connection that we all have to everything, and the consequences of our actions, and also just to really understand how to work together as a team. I love the Montessori style. So I immediately kind of had this, great like for Lori, and just kind of felt like she was kind of, the same kind of person that I am as far as, how we feel about life. But I didn't realize that she was also connected to Humanities Team, because she had also read Neil's book and had her own, thing going on with Neil Donald Walsh's work, as many of us have. Experienced his messages, or messages like that, the messages of oneness, and how that affects our lives. And so what happened was I was organizing an event for Humanities Team where the Love Tour was going around. Do you remember when we had the European Love Tour, and many of the Humanities Team folks came over from Europe and rented a mobile home and toured the countryside. And I begged them to come to Kansas City. I was just getting to know everybody, and really wanted to meet some of my teammates that I hadn't met yet. And so I told them I would organize an event. And so I had put a call out to my Humanities Team list, and she responded and said, "Hi, I'm on this list." Which is really funny, because she said, "I didn't know you were involved with Humanities Team." She was on the global list, and I was just blown away by that. And she said, "I have art. I'd like to show this art at your event. May I bring it?" And I was like, sure. She even gave us $25 for like a booth fee and the whole 9 yards. And she brings her art out, and there's these beautiful pictures of pets and people, and it's just like in the book. You can see this beautiful shine in their eyes, and there's so much life in it that I immediately knew that this was the person I had to ask. to help me illustrate the book, because it all happened just really in the same timeline. So I told her, I said, I've just written this book. I'm just trying to figure out how in the heck I'm going to illustrate it so that it looks the way I feel like it happened in my mind. I've got these pictures. I'd already picked out pictures that I had taken of my family and everything and the animals. And I said, do you think you can illustrate these pictures to some degree? And so, now you see the finished work. And it was just beautiful how it all came together.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just blown away myself that she's just really good at capturing the soul energy of the pictures.
Yeah, I could not agree more. And because I do write myself, there's been a few times where I've had an illustrator illustrate, and I'm thinking, that's not at all what I was thinking. And obviously, you and Lori have made that connection through not only through your friendship, but your spirituality. And obviously, she's very in tune with what you were trying to purvey. So I think it's just beautiful. Words, images, dedications, it's very beautiful.
Thank you. I think it really turned out well, and I can't really take all the credit, obviously, because, when it just happens like that, it's so, effortless. I think ultimately the work really was, creating a website, promoting a book, and trying to sell it. I mean, that's where the work is. The love in this book is just, it created itself.
Along with your family.
Yes. Yes.
Over
and
to you,
all
Dee.
of the pets are gone, all of the pets are gone in the book, but the girls still pull the book out and read it, and occasionally Maggie still tells me even that she still misses Savannah, but all of our pets that we have now are just, they still have that same energy, so it's easier. But we just love to pull the book out and look at it and remember back to that time where, we had all of them around us.
Mm-hmm. Angie, you've really mastered the art of storytelling. Do you have any advice for our listeners about writing books for children? And also, the second part of that is, how do you connect with spirit to create writing that conveys this beautiful life force?
Oh, man, that's a fun question. I have to say that like I said, everything I've written it was so spontaneous and comes from an actual experience of having to explain something to my kids, and it's driven by a desire to really communicate everything that I feel about a situation, because growing up, I always got the short answer from my parents. If I asked a question about something in life, I would always get the very short, abbreviated answer because parents are, they're busy. They don't take the time to really invest in a serious answer. And in some cases, that's great, because a kid like me will just go and explore my own, answers and have to come up with my own answers, which is great. But I also felt like all this time I really wanted to know, what did they think the answer was, to all of life's questions. What happens to our pets, when they die? And I remember losing my first pet when I was, I think I was 6 or 7. And, lost a pet, and it was really difficult. And I remember that my parents did struggle with it. They said, of course your pet went to heaven, and your pet will be waiting for you. And, but I still miss my pet. And it was hard to explain, the difference between, well, you shouldn't be sad because your pet's okay and in heaven, but you are sad because, you miss your pet. You miss the furry, cuddly, snuggly warmth that your pet gave you, and that feeling of connection that you had with your pet.
Yeah,
So,
I remember that too.
Yeah.
My parents would invent stories like our pets went to live on a farm or all kinds of things, but it wasn't very, forthright. And
short answer, and yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get on to the next topic, shall we?
Yeah, how's your dinner? Well, and I'm telling you, and I know that both of you know this about me, but it reminds me of when I was 8. My father died from cancer. So before I'd ever lost a pet, I'd lost a parent. And I was very blessed to have a mother who was very forthright and open about, God, or your father will always be in your heart. He will be your guardian angel. He's no further than your next breath. So I was very blessed in that respect. And even though I'd gone through that kind of a traumatic experience, the pet we had at the time was my father's hunting dog. And it had been with the family since I was about 3, so we'd had the dog for about 5 years. And maybe about 5 years later, I came home from school, and my mother said to us kids that Daddy's dog had died, and that he would now be with Daddy. Well, I completely spaced out all these good things my mother had said to me and said, oh, my God, it's the last living part of Daddy. Now it's gone. And my mother looked at me and she said, well, what about your brothers and sisters? And I said, well, that's different. It's totally different. I want to know about the dog. And so my mom went through kind of a similar story about how, the dog was still going to be in our lives and always in our memories and our hearts. And so I think what you've done here by putting this into story form is so very important. And you've already kind of mentioned how, when you're, for some families, especially, when it's a first death of any kind in a household, there is that awkward, uncomfortable moment of, do I want to break the news and watch my children have to deal with sadness, or do I want to escape? And I think what you've done here is you hit it right head on. Mm-hmm. And children, I am here to tell you, as both of you also know because you have kids, but I know from having been a small person when my father died, that people often treated me like I was too young to understand what was going on, and I guarantee you I was not, because I was blessed with people around me who kept me in the know and were not trying to shield me. And I just think you've done a great job with this story in not trying to shield what is a natural part of life.
I think, too, that you're bringing in that new perspective of the changing times, where there is this honest, kind, and loving approach. And these books are really needed and necessary to help shift to this different perspective for all of humanity, where there is that approach.
Yeah, I think that you hit it on the head there with Dee, because that is exactly what happened with this story, and that, wow, I was able to get through this big hump. I mean, as a parent, it's daunting to have to explain to children death, sex, you name it. There are these things that we are, very nervous about having to talk about with our kids because we don't want to mess it up. We don't want to, it's all coming from this fear of I don't want to damage my child forever by making them afraid of something, and at the time I was really coming into a spiritual awakening of my own and recognizing there was a lot of beauty and magic in my life. And Spirit was revealing that to me almost every single day, just instant manifestations and all kinds of really wonderful things. So, when I said we would find a clue, I believed it. And I wanted that experience for them too, because they were young enough to remember something like that. And for me to have support from Spirit to say, don't let me down. I'm going to tell my kids that their pet is not gone. So help me out here, and show me a clue. And that really happened. So for me, I said, I have to write this because this magic really does happen, and it's not just me. And if you have that magical thing happen in your life, it's a story. It's a wonderful story. It might be a blog post. I've got lots of interesting blog posts since then that I've written about everyday experiences, from finding a trash bag in the park to finding a spider in the window in the bathroom, and they all turn into these really wonderful spiritual lessons about life. And so the stories are really just all around you in your everyday life.
Wonderful. Have you thought about putting your blog post into book form?
Oh, I think I would love to. I ran out of time, but I think that I'd love to ask Lori to help me illustrate another story. The one about the spider recently was a really good one. And so, there's a few in me, I think, but we've just been so busy. We get busy with our humanitarian volunteer stuff, don't we, ladies?
We do.
That is true. That is so very true. And if I could, I want to ask you another quick question that I think that I don't want it to be glossed over. Something you said that I think is so important is that when you reach out to Spirit, when you have these difficult conversations with your kids, no matter how old they are, it to me, and it does start to become a habit, especially when it's a really difficult thing. And I know that when I have those times where I have to either share difficult news with one of my kids, or, even if I need to discipline them for something, in my mind, and if they're not sitting right next to me, I say, Holy Spirit, please guide my lips. And I really can feel a connection there, so that I don't do that thing that you're talking about, that we all fear, we don't want to damage our children for life. And so I think it's very important that that's underscored in this conversation.
Angie, hey, would you do us a quick favor and repeat the prayer? I think it's so interesting in remembering how to pray. So could you share that with us?
Yes, let me get back to that page. Okay. Dear God, please lead us to the clue that you have put outside for us to find, which lets us know without a doubt that Savannah is still with us. Thank you and amen.
Beautiful.
And that is definitely something that I picked up from Neil's work and from other spiritual authors that I've read, where, ask and it's given. It's already there for you. And I really do try to put that message out to my kids as often as I can. If you can dream it, it's achievable. And, if you need a clue, it's there. Just go find it and be thankful. And so whenever we pray, we always try to, put that, we know that this is done, and just help us to see where it is, what it is, and what that looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think go ahead, Annette.
I was just going to say, I was going to have you ask about any upcoming.
Okay.
Take it away.
So do you have any upcoming book projects? Is there anything more that you'd like to share with us?
At the moment, I'm not working on any projects, but I am working on a project, but it's not a children's book. But it is more along the lines of spirit activism. So I go where I'm led when it comes to writing. So, but I'm available on Facebook, and we have the website. So if anyone wants to reach out or start to follow my meanderings, they're welcome to do so.
Well, thank you so much for being with us. Your friendship and ability to bring about beautiful, inspiring writing and books and so many other things is such a gift to us. We're really grateful for having you on today as our special guest.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
ditto.
I'm very thankful to you, too. You both are so important to the work of Humanities Team, and we really appreciate all those interviews, these great interviews that you're doing.
Well, thank you, Angie. This was just so easy. And I mean, it really, it's nice, and we're really glad you were able to be with us today.
I was so happy to do it.
Well, can you repeat one more time where they can find your book to purchase?
You bet. It's godsclue.com, GODSCLUE.com. And it should be pretty easy to find the book and where to purchase it from there, but it's located on Lulu, which is a self-publishing website. And it's in paperback and digital form, so you can choose which one you want.
Thank you so much, Angie, and we will talk to you very soon.
Thank you so much, Dee and Nanette. You guys have a wonderful day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello?
We're about ready to go live.
Hello? Hello, is that Doreen?
Welcome, Doreen.
Hi.
Hi, Doreen. We are live. This is Dee Meyer, and I'd like to welcome everyone to the Living in Oneness and Spirituality in Action call with today's special guest, Dr. Doreen Virtue. I'm Dee Meyer, here with my colleague, Nanette Rogers-Kennedy. We are the co-coordinators of Humanities Team's Spirituality in Action program. Humanities Team has over 100,000 teammates in 150 countries. We would like to thank you, our donors, for your support of Spirituality in Action. Without your in-kind donations and financial nurturing, we would not be able to do our work in the world. We have access to so many extraordinary speakers, and today is no exception. It is our great pleasure to share with you Dr. Doreen Virtue. Doreen is bringing in tools to create a life of love through realizing your connection with your higher self, Source, angels, and God. We will be covering what is possible when you learn to take spiritual action by making significant changes for yourself, and all creatures and Mother Earth will benefit. Through the energy of oneness, we can create heaven on earth By using the knowledge Doreen shares with us today, you will empower positive change to bring out the very best of you. We're going to go deep and cover as much ground as we can during this call. We hope to take a few questions, so if you're on the phone and have a question, please raise your hand by pressing 1 or 2. If you're on the webcast and you can enter your question on the Q&A, please give us your first name and where you're listening in from with your question. Now, Nanette is going to introduce you to Doreen Virtue.
Thank you, Dee, and welcome, Doreen. I want to tell everybody that we have nearly 600 people who registered for today's call, and I'm very excited to introduce you to Doreen Virtue. Dr. Doreen Virtue is a clairvoyant metaphysician who holds a PhD, MA, and BA degrees in counseling psychology. She is a former director of a teenage drug and alcohol recovery program, as well as other psychological programs. Doreen now works with angel therapy in her writing and teaching activities. Doreen is the author of a plethora of books, some of which are The Care and Feeding of Indigo Children, Messages from Your Angels, and Healing with the Angels, and many, many others. Welcome, Doreen.
Hello, it's great to be with both of you, or I guess all three of you and all of your listeners. Thank you for inviting me.
Oh, you are welcome. We were wondering if you would like to lead us in a 5 to 10 minute meditation, grounding, card reading to set the tone for our call.
Thank you for asking. I would love to. I actually just picked a card for everyone, and it would make a wonderful focal point for a meditation, and it's from my angel therapy cards. It's the card that I drew for all of us is Earth Angel, and the message is you are a light worker who has come to Earth to teach about love, and it's a beautiful painting of an angel holding the Earth, and there's butterflies surrounding the Earth as a symbol of the transformation, positive, happy, and natural transformations that we're all undergoing. So I'm just going to take a few deep breaths, and I invite everyone to join me, cleansing and centering breath. And with each exhale, if you get in touch with anything that is stuck or distracting, just consciously let it go with each exhale. And with each inhale, bringing in that beautiful energy that's already inside of you and surrounding you, the beautiful energy of divine love, and exhaling any sort of worries, tension, care, giving it to God for transmutation, and inhaling the knowledge that it's safe for you to be relaxed. And just meditating upon that, because that's the key of getting in touch with that love that's already inside of you, is just giving yourself permission to let go and be you. Beautiful, divine, sacred you. Nothing you need to change, nothing you need to fix. Everything's unblocked in spiritual truth. Everything's abundantly cared for and divine order. And just giving yourself permission to drop defenses, feel safe, give yourself permission to enjoy, to relax. And in this space is the natural you who is super intuitive, and who recognizes that sensitivity is a beautiful part of your birthright and your sacred tools for your life purpose and for manifestation. And all of those cares you have about your loved ones, we send your loved ones beautiful, beautiful healing energy. And we go deeper within our own self, detaching everything else. Doesn't mean we don't care. It just means we have to revive ourselves by, just for the moment, not taking care of others, but taking care of self. Going deep into that heart space where there's a beautiful, beautiful sunlight glowing. And in that light within your heart is God, is you, is Goddess, is your power and your strength and all of your natural, magical, spiritual gifts. The answers to every question you could ever ask are within that beautiful sunlight within your heart, warming your soul, warming your body, warming your muscles, relaxing any tension, feeling away any sort of pain or illness or injury or imbalance, resetting you to God's original creation of you, divinely perfect in all ways. All ancient beliefs that would tell you otherwise now fading away like an old dream that you're awakening from. Perfect, whole, complete. You are strong. You are powerful. You are magical. You are loved, lovable, and loving for who you are right now. And if it feels right, give yourself a beautiful hug and honor yourself for everything that you've been through in all of your lifetimes. You've been through so much, and you've done your best in every moment, and you deserve acknowledgement from yourself. I love you, self. And as we love ourselves, we automatically become that big, strong portal of divine love that we came here to bring through our physical incarnation. And if there's anything that you need to manifest, now would be a wonderful time with this group call, pooling all of our energy together as healers and teachers to really focus upon that intention is already manifest. And allow yourself to feel grateful that all of your prayers have been answered already. We let them go with full faith, not even thinking about how prayers are answered, but just trusting the divine infinite wisdom. Take care of everything. And our job is to follow our guidance. So it is. Amen.
Well, that spoke to me, and I think I can speak for everybody else. It's always a perfect. You got me in my place.
Yeah.
You know, on several levels. So that was very, very beautiful. Thank you very much.
Bless you. Thank you.
We all love your work, and so many of us have followed you for so long. We were wondering if you would share with us how you got on your spiritual journey, your path.
Well, I don't remember not being on it, honestly. I don't mean to laugh about it, but I was fortunate, or maybe smart enough, or I don't know. We all have the perfect family for whatever reason. The challenging families, the calm families. It's all perfect for our present life journey and our life mission. And the family that I came into this lifetime are so spiritual and magical, and so I grew up in this. In fact, they were having a hard time conceiving. I was their first child. They were childless for many years, so my mom went to a Unity church and put in a prayer request, and then I was conceived very shortly thereafter. So I came into this world believing, and they taught me before I could even speak, how to visualize, how to manifest, how to use my intuition. So I don't have any conscious memory otherwise. What I do remember is the world before shows like yours, that I was teased terribly, just like that old movie Carrie. I mean, I was treated really bad because, this family, we never went to doctors. We used manifestation instead of repair people to repair our cars, our washing machine, our bodies. And if I would talk about this at school, the kids would, kids are honest, and they would laugh because they didn't understand it. But at the time, it was devastating to my very sensitive little girl soul.
I can kind of relate to that. I came from a similar family, and we knew what things would raise eyebrows and what wouldn't, so you learn kind of early, too.
Oh, well, see, you were taught discernment. I wasn't. And it could be my Aries and Mercury that I just blurt out whatever I think, too, which is good as a teacher.
Huh. Yeah. Well,
but in certain social companies, you put your foot in your mouth a lot.
Yes, I've done that myself. Another thing a lot of people ask us when we have these calls, especially people who are prolific in the writing, is they're very interested in knowing how the writer becomes a writer. Can you tell us a little bit how your path led you into writing?
Yes. Well, I, again, credit my family. My dad is many times published. He's self-published. His name is William Hannon, and he has written hundreds of books about airplanes and model airplanes. And then my uncle, Lee, is a Hollywood screenwriter. And then when I was a child in school, writing was my favorite topic, and I got, the best grades for that. And I did it from an intrinsic standpoint. I really, really enjoy writing. I know that I will never stop writing because it's something I do as a joy, not, for an external reason. And that's what our life purpose is. It's supposed to be something that we enjoy. It's not supposed to be something that's a struggle or unnatural. So that's how you know you're on the right path, if it's something you would do for free.
Right. And I myself am a writer. I have not been published like you have or your father, but writing for me is definitely part of who I am. So thank you very much for that.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like I can communicate more accurately through writing than speaking.
This is Dee, and I have been so looking forward to our call today. I just can't tell you. During about 10 months ago, my house was washed away in the floods here in Colorado, and of the things that showed up, that were returned to me from under the roof of my house was your deck of Archangel Oracle cards.
Oh, my goodness.
And on the top was creative writing, Archangel Gabriel, and also what was found was a perfectly intact hand-blown glass ink pen with purple ink. And it was pretty amazing. So I was just absolutely stunned when the opportunity to interview you came up. It was just, I can't wait.
Well, writing is something that's near and dear to my heart. When I wrote the book Angel Therapy, I'll never forget what the angels said about writing. They said that each time an earth angel or a light worker writes a spiritual book, it is the equivalent of a step on the stairway to heaven. And even if people have read that same sort of message before in a different book, yours might be the book that triggers them having that epiphany that, got it. And so it's really important for writers to write. Before I really got serious and committed to writing books, I felt like I was pregnant with my books, and with a litter inside of me, and it felt really like a lot of anxiety. I likened it to God's alarm clock ringing really loud in my belly, saying go, 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 and I had to work through my own inner fears. I had great fears of rejection, fears of failure, fears of success, fear of, all sorts of ego fears that I had to really grapple with. And what it really came down to was, instead of waiting till all those fears died down, is just to write. And then I sent the first book that I wrote to 4 publishers, and they all rejected it. And my ego said, see, I told you it wouldn't happen. And I put my manuscript away. And then I was asked to give a speech at Pepperdine University on the topic of the book. So, I was a psychotherapist back then. And it reinvoked my interest in trying again. So this time I took my manuscript and simultaneously sent it to 40 publishers. So interestingly, it went to 44 publishers, which is the number of, means the angels are with you. And and I sent it to so a total of 44 publishers. I got 4 yeses. And so I had always heard these myths about authors putting their rejection slips on the wall, but that's a horrible affirmation and negativity. What I did instead is I would throw those out and say, thank you, not now, and just focus on the yeses I got. And that's how I got published, was just tenacity, just keep trying. And interestingly, my first deck of angel cards, which I was strongly guided to make, I mean, it was probably one of the stronger amounts of guidance I ever received, and there really were no cards like that out at the time. I mean, there was a few decks of course, tarot, and then some, other cards, but the deck that I really felt guided to make was so unique that my publisher didn't think anyone would buy it. And so at first when my publisher said no, I said, okay. And then the guidance just kept pushing me, so I went back to my publisher again. They said no. They said no 4 times, or actually 3 times. The 4th time they said, yes, we'll publish 500 decks. I think they did it to get rid of me, just okay. And those 500 decks came out right before Christmas, around, would have been about, I don't know, in the 1990s. It was called Healing with the Angels. And the 500 decks sold in a week. And the publisher said, oops. And they went to publish another 500 decks, another 500 decks, and then Target put in an order for it, which surprised them. And it just organically has kept going. Nobody expected the success of the Oracle card decks. They just were purely guided.
Beautiful. Well, I'm going to shift gears on us here. Really, one of the major focuses of our call today is to bring awareness to the dolphins in the Japanese Taiji Cove. And I'm wondering, Doreen, could you share the story with us of what is happening there?
Well, and I have angel bumps talking about this. I live in the Hawaiian Islands, and I've spent a lot of time with the wild dolphins in the ocean. And so while I'm not a dolphin expert, I've had enough one-on-one time with them organically where they come to me. I don't go into a captive pool. I have done that, and I've even written about that, but I'm talking about years and years of scuba diving and snorkeling with wild dolphins, and then studying and writing about the Taiji Cove, which was brought to our attention by the movie of the same name, The Cove. And the whole industry, as I've studied it, and really taking as much as I can the emotion out so I can really understand it as a way of, helping and hopefully resolving this. This is a tradition that goes back years of the fishermen feeling like the dolphins are competing with them for fish. That's the first part. And then the aquariums, the aquariums that house cetaceans, most famous is SeaWorld, but there's many, many, including, unfortunately, hotels in the Hawaiian Islands and elsewhere in the United States and throughout the world where it's considered entertainment to go swim with a dolphin in captivity. Those aquariums are actually paying for the capture of babies. So the boats will take the wild dolphins and prompt them to go into this cove, and then they'll go through and they'll choose the baby dolphins to sell to the aquariums. They pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to fly these babies into captivity. And they separate those babies out, and then the babies watch while the rest of their family, most of them are just heinously slaughtered. And dolphins are very, very similar to humans in that scientists have found that humans, dolphins, and manatees, which is also another species that's exploited quite a bit and captured for captivity, but they're the only species, manatees, dolphins, and humans, that will cry tears because of sadness and emotions. Other animals cry because of colds. Now, all souls have emotions. This whole outmoded belief that only humans have emotions. Thank goodness we're past that. And so we now know, and if anyone's interested in this, I've written about this in my book Mermaids 101, which shows pictures of me swimming with dolphins. And the theory called aquatic ape is fascinating. There's many books on this. You can go on internet and on your search engine type in aquatic ape theory. You'll find that the scientists, including myself, who ascribe to this, believe that the dolphins and the manatees are our ancestors, not the apes, because of so many similarities that we have to them. And so because dolphins, their skeleton makes them look like they're always smiling, and it's really kind of a distraction, because they're not really smiling. It's just the curvature of their jawbone. They are so beloved because of that smile and because they're cute and cuddly. And so now that the word is out about the heinous slaughter and then the sale of the baby dolphins, the capture of them, it's upsetting to us who are sensitive. Many light workers have come to me and said that they are shutting down. They just can't even handle knowing about this. They don't know how to handle this. You have a wonderful petition to go out. I've been a part of petitions for every year that I've known about this. What's interesting, again, I've had to take my own emotions out of this to really understand it, because I'm trying to work towards solution. My first few years dealing with this, I was just in tears, and now I've really gotten to this place where I'm trying to see the meta, the big thing. Now, what the Japanese counter, and they do have validity in this, is that in other countries there's traditions of killing animals, and they don't see the difference. They point out that in America, 45 million turkeys are slaughtered for our tradition of Thanksgiving. And they said, well, we kill 23,000 dolphins. You kill 45 million turkeys. What's the difference? And while some people might say, well, you can't compare turkeys to dolphins, then other people will say, well, turkeys are sociable, family-oriented, very intelligent animals, so you can compare them, and they are raised even more in a lot more cruel conditions than these wild dolphins were. So the whole thing brings up, probably at this point, unanswerable questions. What can we do? I think signing petitions does work. I mean, we see almost every day feedback from the petition companies that show that every petition you sign does lead to happy endings when enough people sign. I mean, we've seen a lot of shifts in social arenas. We've even seen shifts in the equally heinous crime in Canada, where the baby seals are clubbed. We've seen, because of the social pressure, that the European Union has outlawed the sale of these seal byproducts, and that we've seen the pressure that PETA's put on people who wear fur, and that people are ashamed to wear fur publicly. So putting the social pressure on does work. In Japan, of course, they want to save face. They want to be thought of well. And I think that Sea Shepherd is one of the organizations I strongly, strongly promote and support, because they really are walking their talk. I mean, Paul Watson, for as controversial as he is, I give him credit that his whole entire staff is vegan. And so there goes that Japanese argument that you guys kill and eat animals. He doesn't. His crew doesn't. I've been a vegan since 1996. I don't push it on anyone. It was my personal guidance. But I want to say that it makes you feel clean about this, that you're not being hypocritical, at least as to me. I don't wear leather. I don't wear wool. I don't wear silk, because I've learned that 1,000 worms are boiled to death for each silk dress, and I just don't want to wear pain energy. And, it's not that hard to be vegan these days. Thank God for all the health food stores and the great vegan restaurants and vegan recipe books. But see, it's a big worldwide issue,
Absolutely. So, and I think that a part of shifting your diet really is going to shift personal vibration, personal energy, that creates a collective vibration, and it's very admirable, the work you're doing.
Well, some people are afraid of giving up meat because meat is a way of keeping the senses closed down. And if you're really sensitive and you become vegan, you're going to be more sensitive, and especially if you go on a raw food diet. Some people aren't ready to handle that because when you get that sensitive, you have to make life changes. A lot of people change their job, or they change their relationships, or they move. And some people are afraid of those changes. So it's a big commitment. I have such compassion for people who aren't ready yet. But if you're ready, let me tell you, it's the path of, as you said, shifting and higher energy.
Do you have any other advice for shifting vibration? If they're not ready to shift to a fully vegan diet, if they're ready to take baby steps, do you have any advice for that?
Well, I think that all of us are becoming more sensitive. As I go through my workshops, I've been doing surveys over the years and asking the audience, how many of you feel like you've become more sensitive? And the numbers are way up. And interestingly, more men, including straight men, are raising their hands and really admitting that, yeah, I'm becoming more sensitive. So it's no longer considered just a feminine energy to be sensitive. It's a beautiful part of our spiritual gifts to be sensitive. It's that, to me, the indigo generation, which are the strong-willed leaders that are so stepping forward with amazing inventions, and they're creating new sustainable companies. Like there's this great company that started a few years ago. I don't even know how old they are, but it's these shoes that are called the People's Movement, and the shoes are MOVMT. But if you look at People's Movement shoes online, they are made from the plastic that is recovered from the gyres in the ocean. And then they give back a portion of all proceeds from these amazing vegan shoes. I can attest, I wear the running shoes from the People's Movement. They give back a portion to organizations that are helping to get the plastic out of the oceans. So, these are what the sensitive people are doing, is they're making solutions. I do see progress. A lot of times people come to me and they're feeling like the world is going downhill, and I really think that we just need to focus on all of the beautiful new outcropping of solutions that are happening, and that helps us as sensitive folks. Another thing is just to go with your sensitivity instead of fighting it. I recently found that I was getting really sensitive to any clothing I was wearing that was not sustainable, that was made in a sweatshop, and so I just got rid of all that clothing. I donated it, and only now have clothing that is made, like on little Etsy shops. Etsy.com is not even mom and pop shops; it's mom shops. A lot of it is women staying home with their babies and sewing sustainable clothes. It's wonderful, and the prices are better than any department store I've been to, and I wear vintage because it's a good way to recycle and upcycle. And if you buy vintage cotton before 1990, that's before cotton became the #1 GMO fabric. So you'll be buying it before a lot of the toxins were put on the clothing. So there's a lot of good we can do. I think following our guidance is our #1 path that we have to take. And so if you're being told to change something, your ego is going to argue with you. It's going to argue and tell you can't do that, and it's threatening. I've been through that so many times. I've written about how I was told to quit drinking wine many years ago and quit drinking coffee, go to yoga, all that. Boy, I fought it for a long time. But when I finally surrendered and listened, all those rewards were sitting there waiting for me. And it's the same way for everyone else.
Beautiful. Doreen, we have questions coming in like crazy. Would it be okay with you if we take a live call or answer some of these incoming questions?
Yeah, what helps me, and especially if they're asking for a reading, is I need the person's real first name. I don't need their last name. I just need their real first name.
Okay. Would you like to take the live call first, or how about, which is better? Okay, let's take the live call, Nanette.
Okay. Let me bring Elliot. Are you there? Elliot? Elliot may have his hand up accidentally. So back to you, Dee.
Okay. I have, let's see. I have so many thank yous. First off, there's just tons and tons of thank yous. I have Carla, and her last name is, you want first and last name and location?
Yeah, just first name, yeah. And
Carla,
Carla?
in Tualatin. And she said there's a constant battle with her ex-in-law. She's always causing problems and much emotional distress. What can we do to stop this cycle?
When I tune into this energy, Carla, I see a tug-of-war. I see you pushing back against the energy, which is fueling it. They are telling me that you to step back, to drop the rope of the tug-of-war, and then the forward motion of their fighting will have no place to go. So it's a real Tai Chi type of transformation. They're also saying to visualize peace. Visualize peace. Now, you don't have to hang out with anyone who's abusive. You don't have to spend time with them. But if there's that disconnect energetically, even if you're not physically together, and it's distracting you from your path and your peace, then it's something that's important to heal. Oh, they're telling me that this is a karmic relationship with a past life connection. So they're saying to really, really work on visualizing peace and just to send forgiveness to everyone involved with this. When there's a karmic relationship issue, then it's especially important to work on healing it, because otherwise we will be encouraged to incarnate with them again next lifetime. And so to break that cycle, we've got to heal it now.
Okay, great. We have another hand up on the phone. Would you like to get that one, Nanette?
Sure. Carrie? Hello, Carrie.
I'm sorry, I muted my phone, and I guess that would make it look like I raised my hand, but that's okay. I thought I'd ask a question. I've been trying to write a book for a year now, and it's a really good book, and it really has a lot to say, but I'm so stuck that I've only got 2 chapters, and it's just, I don't know, I feel as though there must be something wrong with me because I can't get any further. It's called The Unification of Antithesis, and it talks about how positive and negative need each other, that they cannot function, that the life cannot function without the interaction of positive and negative, because there would be no energy, there would be no flow, there would be no friction or contrast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's discussing duality in the physical plane, and that's very important information. Do you feel like you've said all that you want to say in those 2 chapters?
Not really.
You feel like you've got more to say?
I feel as though there's a whole lot more to say, like how it applies to individuals,
so there's
how they can apply it in their own lives, and so forth.
There's a chapter. So you just gave me the next 2 chapters. So just write that title, how it applies to the individual, how it applies to others. So just write those at the top of a page, and put that page on your altar or where you pray and meditate, and just say, thank you, Divine Infinite Intelligence. And I always call on, this is my secret, call on the Archangel Gabriel, however you want to pronounce this angel's name, the messenger angel who helps writers. And call on this angel for motivation to overcome any sort of fears. In your case, Carrie, there's big past life issues coming up because you were persecuted for teaching these esoteric truths in previous lifetimes. They were considered heresy.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Yeah, so just, you've still got to do the work, even though you're afraid. In the words of the late, great Susan Jeffers, feel the fear and do it anyway. So you've got your next 2 chapters. Take it really a moment at a time like that. So work on the 2 chapters and then go on to the next 2. You can always put a note on my Facebook page, Doreen Virtue 444, if you feel stuck for the next one, and I'll walk you through it. Or I've got a good book called The Miracles of Archangel Gabriel, with a couple chapters on how to overcome writer's block with the help of this angel.
Okay.
That's one I want to get.
Yeah. Writer's block just really is about that you've either said everything you want to say and it's a magazine article instead of a book, or it's bringing up those deep-seated fears, and the only way to deal with those fears is to face them head-on, as you know. Okay, so in your past life where you're persecuted, I am willing to release any unforgiveness I may be holding toward those who persecuted me, those who misunderstood me, those who took away my life or my livelihood. I'm willing to release all of that pain, all of the DNA-held energy from any of those lifetimes, and let them go. And then just go into your head and assure yourself that in this lifetime, when you write a book like that, you're not put to death in this lifetime, except for maybe one or two little third world countries where they still do witch burnings. But, that's still even rare. It's not the Inquisition era anymore. In this era, when you write a book that esoteric and that deep, they put you on this radio show, and they put you on the Oprah Soul Sunday show. They celebrate you, in other words. So I hope that helps.
I think she's muted.
Okay.
Let's see. Well, we have.
I don't have any more hands up, so if you have any questions on your end, go for it.
I want to also mention for writers that Wayne Dyer and I, who both live in Maui, we will be teaching a writer's workshop next June 2015 in Maui together, along with Reed Tracy, the president of Hay House. And so that's something, I think it's the middle of the month. It's like the 15th. So be watching for that, because that's going to be an amazing experiential weekend for writers.
Annette, I think we should book that one now.
Yeah,
I do too.
That's going to be amazing.
That would be awesome. I just wanted to remind anybody who's joining us, if you're joining us late, my name is Nanette Kennedy. I'm here with my colleague Dee Meyer. We're both from Humanities Team and the Spirituality in Action and Living in Oneness program. And you're listening to us have a conversation with Dr. Doreen Virtue. And Doreen, you've already mentioned a couple things in answering Dee's previous question about what can the average person do to make a difference. And one of the things I was thinking about is that I believe it was Ocean Robbins from the Baskin Robbins family, they've gone into major health food mode themselves and promote that kind of thing. And I can't remember what this application is, but I guess you can get it on your iPhone and your Android phone, smartphones, where when you're in a shop or a grocery store or market, you can actually scan something with your phone to tell you whether it's been genetically modified.
Yes,
or
it's called Fujicate. Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
It's a free app called Fujicate. Fouducate. Yes, I use that, and it'll tell you whether it's GMO or not, or whether it might be. I use that all the time. And then if you get the app, they send you a very cool newsletter once a month.
Well, that is really cool, and it's funny. When I was in the grocery store the other day, I was thinking about that application, and I was surprised that made me notice how many people have their cell phones out in the grocery store.
Yeah.
So people are, becoming more conscious in this way, and that is a great thing, and that is a way you can make a difference.
It is. I mean, it's really, we call it, of course, voting with your dollars. It's like going back to the tragedy of the dolphins. The number one way we can all help is to never, ever buy a ticket or pay money to places that have captive dolphins on site. That's how the whole Cove capturing and killing is funded, is these dolphinariums. And so if enough of us stop going and they don't make money at it, then there's no financial incentive to do this anymore. I mean, it's the same thing with all of the cruelty that happens in the world. I mean, if you've ever researched how veal which is baby cow, is made, it's stomach turning and heartbreaking. And if enough people stop buying veal, there's no financial incentive for that to happen. So it's the same thing with genetically modified. I love how everyone is so aware of this now. And there are so many alternatives to genetically modified food, including growing an organic garden in your home on your lawn instead of plants that aren't giving back. If you have an apartment, you can still grow organic tomatoes, which are tough to buy because it's one of the number one GMO foods. You can grow your own non-GMO tomatoes in a basket on your balcony very, very easily, or hydroponics, aquaponics in your place. It's just super, super easy. And then the other thing that is really important in my guidance is to be aware of who the politicians are running. It's so easy to say, oh, all politicians are bad, I'm not going to vote, I'm not going to be a part of that. But then it just leaves the voting up to those who aren't spiritually sensitive. And so I'm real involved. I get out there and I wave signs with the politicians who are for GMO labeling or for GMO banishing. And I make sure and vote for them. And I think that if enough of us who are on the spiritual sensitive path do so, these amazing indigos that are running for office, who really do have great ideals, we'll vote them in. And here in Hawaii, we just voted out this last Saturday in our primary election the incumbent governor of Hawaii. Incumbents never get voted out, but he was voted out 2-1 in favor of someone who is environmentally sensitive. And so this whole new movement is really important for us all to be involved in.
I couldn't agree with that more. And recently we've heard Neil Donald Walsh and Marianne Williamson on phone calls with us talk about how we need to get it into our brains that our spirituality and our politics are very connected, and we need to remember that.
Yep. It's so easy to say, well, I'm going to be an ostrich, put my head in the sand, but your vote could make a difference. I mean, we were working hard to get a politician elected this last Saturday who is in favor of banishing GMOs, because there's this loophole in the Hawaiian Island laws that says that unless a substance is proven safe, it's not allowed in Hawaii. And we are using this in a movement here in Hawaii called the Shaka movement. Shaka means when you put your thumb and pinky finger up and shake it. And Shaka movement is all about sustainability. And so we've now got enough petition signatures. We're on the ballot in November. We are going to vote to get Monsanto off of our islands, and it's legal. And we were trying to vote in a politician who was all in favor of that to oust someone who is in the pockets of Monsanto. And the non-GMO politician lost by a vote of 254 people. So if 300 more people had gotten out of their house and gotten off their couch and voted, we'd be, set. But now it's more of a fight, and we're ready for it to make this happen and make it stick. But this is an example of how each person's vote makes a difference. And if you don't want to do the research yourself, you can go to organizations that you admire, like the Sierra Club does all the work for you. And ask the Sierra Club, who should I vote for? And they've gone through and they've checked who's in favor of the environment, if that's your issue, or whatever organization, is backing what you believe in.
So really, the footwork's been done for us.
Yeah, if you don't want to read newspapers because you're sensitive, I don't blame you, but vote.
I agree. I want to go back to something with the dolphins and the whales here real quick, and combine this with the angels. What angels do you suggest we call upon to help with the protection of whales and dolphins, and for that matter, for any mistreated animals?
Yes. Well, the archangel Ariel, A-R-I-E-L, whose name means the lion or lioness of God, is the archangel of nature and who really protects wild animals, is also a protectress or protector of the animals of the waters. So Ariel would be a wonderful angel who's very soft energy to call upon, and to watch over our beloved cetaceans, as well as the gulls, the birds of the sea, and the lakes and the rivers, and the waters themselves. I know that our friend Neil has talked extensively about the importance of protecting our water, and so you can call on Ariel to get messages about how you can help to protect our water sources.
Thank you.
Yeah, so it really is prayer. I really do believe that we're on the right path. I really do. I mean, 10 years ago, you didn't hear about any of these things. But now the darkness can no longer hide, thanks to all of us becoming more sensitive and the Internet. I mean, we all know what's going on.
Well, it's, we have such a large group within humanity's team, and just taking action together and becoming more wise and more loving and communicating, I think, are keys for us to really get the word out and become more intentional in our politics and more intentional in our diet and that sort of thing. We have so many people writing in to say thank you. I won't be able to mention them all. Gary Eby in Cave Junction, Oregon, is one of our leaders and also an author and such a dear friend. I just want to say thank you for writing in, Gary. He says yes to the power of divine self and our connection to Spirit Source and all our good. We are all one. Blessings, Gary. Thanks, Gary. I have so many people asking for readings, and I know Nanette and I have tons of questions we're not going to get to. But I would like to ask a few more readings for our friends writing in, if that's okay, Doreen?
Sure, of course, yeah. I just need their real first name. That's how I do readings.
Okay. Cindy, do you need their location?
No. Cindy, I just need to know how it's spelled, because sometimes Cindy's with
Cindy. And what messages do my angels have for me?
Cindy, the angels first off are talking about detox in your diet, and they show me wheatgrass. They show me a lot of greens around you. They said, I'm hearing clearing out the old and bringing in the new, which interestingly is the major energy we're going through this week anyway. With the super full moon, it's really just a big shift of releasing. And so for you, you've been stuck, and they show me a real need to get moving, get your body moving. Gentle yoga would help, getting outside of the house more. Gardening is really, really good for you. You have such a connection to greens. And, your angels have a sense of humor, too. They said you're worried about finances. They said greens equals green, meaning abundance for you, sweetheart.
Jerry, Geri, writes in, Hi, Doreen. Thank you for the work you do. I look forward to meeting you in Pasadena in October and becoming a certified angel card reader. My question today is, can you sense something more I need to be doing to actively participate in what I feel I am be?
Jerry, when I look at you, I see that you've got beautiful high energy and a lot of enthusiasm, but what they show me is the people around you, you've been kind of dampering yourself because they're slowing you down, or there's people pulling you down with their low energy. And so it's really important for you to consciously work on calling in some new high energy friends to be around you physically. I know that on the internet and groups you've got some friends, but they show me a real need to spend time with high energy people. One easy way to do that is to join a dance class. That could be a movement class like yoga. I love belly dancing, and Eastern dancing classes is a wonderful way to connect with amazing people. Any sort of exercise that you used to enjoy doing, or even artwork, you really are sensitive to other people's energies, and you've been pulled down and allowing yourself to pull down to match some low energy people around you. You don't have to let those people go unless it's truly toxic, but you do need to supplement them with one or two high energy friends.
Okay, great. Doreen, we have so many questions that both Nanette and I would love to ask you, and we just are not going to have time to get to them all. We will love to have you back, but we'll get to what we can. One of the things, and you can tell me if we don't have time to talk about it, I'm interested in, is some of the principles. I watched a video of yours where you were talking about 7 principles of hermetics, I believe.
Yeah.
And one of them that I thought might apply to this situation with all animals that are suffering is polarity, and how we can apply the principle of polarity to the situations all over the world, especially the dolphins in Taiji Cove. Mm-hmm. And I'm wondering if you could give us an example of how we can use that principle of polarity.
Yes, that's a great idea. I love that application. So this is from my book, Divine Magic, which was an updated vocabulary for the ancient book called the Kabbalion, not the Kabbalah, the Kabbalion, which is the Hermetic manifestation secrets. It was a verbal tradition put into written words, and yet the language was very, very patriarchal, male, and archaic. So word by word and prayer by prayer, I updated it to the book Divine Magic. And so polarity is one of the 7 Hermetic principles that really acknowledges that in the physical world there is duality and opposites, but they're part of the same pole. So rich and poor, sick and ill, light, dark, hot, cold, they're one and the same, 2 different ends of the pole, and then there's variations in between, shades of gray. And so what the Hermetics teach is that you can visualize any issue that's bothering you, in our case, the dolphin slaughter, and notice if there is what end of the pole it's on. So, for instance, do you consider it, the most heinous and upsetting of all things? Then you would be on the bottom part of the pole in terms of how you're feeling and thinking about this and how the situation is. So the Hermetics teach that you can meditate up the pole. So if you imagine a line going up the pole, almost like on an audio mixing board. So make the line go up the board, up the pole, and then put it toward the top to the pinnacle experience that you can think of a solution happening. And then lock that line across the top of the pole. Put clamps on it so it stays up there. And the physical experience will follow the energetic intention. And you can do this for any area of your life, manifesting more abundance, love, motivation to write, being published, opportunity to speak, whatever it is that you're feeling low about, just meditate and push the line up the pole. So that's a great solution. I love that. Thank you for the suggestion.
Absolutely. Nanette, I'm going to turn it over to you. Oh, I'm going to take this now then. I just got a quick note from Nanette. So I think we have time for one more quick reading. And Doreen, I want to honor your time. So.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'm good.
So if you're good to go over a couple of minutes, I'll go ahead and pick one more reading.
And if you don't mind, I just want to mention that I'm so excited because, as you know, I'm retiring from traveling after this year to do online video classes. And I have so much joy about this. And I just yesterday released my 3rd video class, and probably my favorite, called Clairvoyance Therapy. And this is based on my classes I've taught about opening the third eye and becoming profoundly clairvoyant with control. And so if folks are interested in becoming clairvoyant, they can take my class anywhere in the world at their own schedule. And I'm keeping my classes super low priced because really traveling is what drives up the cost of workshops, as you guys know. So this class is only $33 for a 3-hour video course. You can watch as many times as you want and download. And it's at clairvoyancetherapy.com.
Well, we are super excited to learn more about that. And, I think that I'll take one quick one from I did Jerry already. And if you have a few minutes, I have Liliana, that's Liliana, writing in, Thank you for your person, your books, and everything you do to help me in my spiritual growing. I have a question. How can I improve my intuition? And you might have just answered that question with your classes you were talking about.
Yeah, the clairvoyance therapy class is all about clearing out any sort of blocks to clairvoyance. So I would recommend that. As I tune into you, Liliana, they show me that you have, and this is in no way am I pressuring you with this, but they said you've developed the worry habit, that you worry a lot about your family, about the world, and it's part of your sensitivity that's been directed into the fear zone. And a lot of times this is because someone like you has a big purpose. Your purpose, Liliana, involves doing a lot of prayer, which interestingly, your past life, immediate past life, you were a nun where you enjoyed doing prayer, and you didn't have those pressures of having, the family or worrying about your bills being paid. You just sat there and prayed in the convent, and it was a really, really happy life. And now in this lifetime, you love your family and you're joyful you have your family, but it's distracting you to worry about them so much. So I want to remind you of something you already know deep in your soul. Take a deep breath, and on the exhale, take those worries and say, "Here, God," them to the divine, who has all the solutions, all the protection you want. You worrying doesn't help your family. It actually can attract the things you're worried about and be self-fulfilling. And so instead of whatever you're worried about, put the words, "Please, God, help me with," in front of the worry, and that shifts it into a prayer, which does help things.
Beautiful. I think that one applies to everyone listening, is that asking for God to take the problem, just co-create with God.
Absolutely.
And you lose the fear.
Absolutely. And God is one with your higher self, so it's not giving over your will to a foreign will. It's really your true will when you give it over.
Yeah.
Mhm. Well, as it always happens, our hours fly by.
Flew by. Amazing.
Yes,
you guys are awesome. I love the energy of all of your listeners, and sending everyone here my gratitude for all the work that your humanitarian programs are doing.
Well, thank you, Doreen. And we want to be in touch with you because we'd love to invite you to be on our Global Oneness Day. Tell us we'll get in touch with you.
Okay, sounds
off
good.
the air on that one.
Okay.
But we want to thank you so much for being with us. And I just wanted to know if you'd like to mention a couple of, or your website and, where people can find your books. I know you just mentioned one workshop, but if you wanted to give out your...
Well, I'm on Facebook all the time, so you can go to facebook.com/DoreenVirtue444. If someone wants a reading from me, I do readings every Wednesday at 1 p.m. Pacific on Hay House Radio. I have a few more workshops I'll be doing physically, and then that's it. You can find those workshops at angeltherapy.com or DoreenVirtue.com. It goes either way. And then my online workshops, clairvoyancetherapy.com. I know that's a lot of information I just gave out, but I know that everyone's guided to exactly where they need to be, and I'm sending lots of respect and love to you.
Thank you so much again. And for those of you who are listening either live or listening to the replay, we will send out the email, or not the email, the website addresses that Doreen just mentioned. So you don't have to worry about that. We will do that. And you can listen again as soon as this show is over. I just want to remind everybody that Dee and I will be sending out information about our upcoming Power of Prayer call with Reverend Michelle Savacco, and our Healing with the Angels with Debbie Savatsky, and our 12 Spheres call with Steve Farrell, Barbara Marks Hubbard, Barbara Fields, and Anna Marie Patiers. So until next time, thank you so much, Doreen, and thank you everyone who participated in today's call.
Thank you, and namaste.
Namaste.
To Maestro Conference. Please enter the conference PIN number followed by the pound key. We're sorry, that PIN isn't valid. Please check the number and try again. Please enter the conference PIN number followed by the pound key. Sorry, I don't recognize that PIN. Please try it again. Please enter the conference PIN number followed by the pound key.
Hello, everybody. This is Nanette Kennedy, and I have my partner Dee Meyer here, and our guest that we'll introduce here in just a minute. And Dee and I are the co-coordinators for the Spirituality the Spirituality in Action program, and we are going to have a wonderful show today. And we have so many people that are joining us on the phone and on the webcast that if you're listening via the webcast, you can submit your questions or comments through the question and answer area, and you can mention where you're listening in from, and we may do a couple shout-outs. And if you'd like to ask a question via the telephone, you can press *2 to raise your hands, and we will get to as many of your comments and questions as possible. Before we start the interview with our very special guest that Dee is going to introduce here in a minute, we want to thank all of our donors for their support of our program, because without your in-kind donations and your financial nurturing, we wouldn't be able to do the work we do in helping awaken the world to oneness. And I'm going to mention a couple of other phone calls we have coming up. I'm not going to give a lot of details at this moment, but we will post the information where you can register for the calls after this call on our worldwide Facebook page and our Spirituality in Action page. Tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. Mountain Time, we have a call with Debbie Savatsky with Healing with the Archangels, and I think if you join that call, you'll find very inspiring. And then on the last Wednesday of the month, we have our Power of Prayer call. So if you have any prayer requests that you'd like to make, it's a very short call, 30 minutes. You can sign up for that call. And then we have the Living in Oneness Telesummit coming up in the beginning of May. I believe, is it 10 days, Dee?
It's the 7th through the 18th.
Okay, thank you. And we're going to have over 34 enlightened guests who are going to speak to us about how we can truly live our lives in oneness. And it was a very successful event last year. I think you'll really enjoy it. I will give you this web address. It's www.livinginone.com, and you can register for the call right there. So, Dee, anything else you want to add?
I would just highly encourage everyone that is interested in gaining more tools for living their life in oneness to join us. What we cover there is much like what we cover in our calls on Spirituality in Action. We want to bring tools that help people to live a more centered and loving life. And today's guest is absolutely bringing us tools for living in oneness. She's one of my dear friends, MarBeth Dunn. She's known as the Joy to Abundance Strategist and the TV Happiness Coach. MarBeth has a huge mission to bring joy and happiness to millions. Her message is clear. Your true identity is joy and love. When you choose happiness in every moment of your life, you can only expand into the miraculous. MarBeth teaches people all over the world to create and live abundantly. MarBeth has so many different programs that she's working on. She has the Ultimate Joy Strategy, 31 Days to Health, Wealth, and Happiness. Her inspiring work has been featured on several television networks, including Fox, NBC, CBS, and CW. She's a frequent guest on WEYW-19 Key West. She can be heard daily on her international radio program, Having It All with MarBeth, on the Law of Attraction radio network. A true luminary, MarBeth Dunn has inspired thousands around the world through her mentoring, coaching, writing, speaking events, classes, workshops, telecalls, groups, and individual sessions. MarBeth is the president of the Miami Holistic Chamber of Commerce, a member of Evolutionary Business Council, Chief Promotions Officer for the I Am Business Group, and is on the faculty of the I Am Group University. Now, MarBeth, I'd love to invite you to lead a centering experience. We have one for each of our programs, and since I just had one with you, I would love for our audience to share this experience.
I would love to do that. I'm so happy to be here with you ladies. Oh, it just brings me so much joy. So put your hand over your heart. It's through the heart that we connect with our divinity as well as with everyone, all of our brothers and sisters, and all of creation, entering into a state of oneness. And breathe deeply all the way down into your belly, keeping your hand right there on your heart. And follow the breath as you inhale and exhale. Just follow it in your mind's eye as it grounds you deeply into your body. As our consciousness begins to soar, and we recognize that we are but cells of divine consciousness, cells as part of a body of divine consciousness. Together we are one. Just as drops of water in the ocean are all one. It's who we are.
Beautiful.
Just feel the oneness. Yes.
MarBeth, you have such a talent for just centering and grounding the energy. It's so calming and nurturing. I'm really grateful. One of the first questions that Nanette and I have is that we would love to know more about your journey and how it started.
Well, I have the blessing to be an empath and an intuitive. And for most of my life, we don't come with a manual. Just like a new car comes with a manual. We didn't come with manuals. And so I would just look at people around me who seemed to be fine functioning around groups of people. And I had a great difficulty. I would have asthma attacks going to parties because the energy was so intense. And as an empath, I feel in my body what the energy is all around me. I can use it now to tap into a person that I'm working with, which is just really such a blessing. But I didn't realize that was what was happening with me. I just thought there was something really wrong. So that was I didn't have filters really, and I didn't know how to use filters. So that was a key issue for me. And also because of the circumstances of my family, I felt that I was a victim. I didn't realize that I had control over my thoughts. I didn't know that I could choose how I perceived anything. I didn't recognize that I had any power, really. And so for most of my life, I lived life as a victim. I was in a great deal of pain. Now, I won't say for most of my life, because around 26, 27 years ago, I discovered that I had power over my thoughts, and I could choose to see things differently, and I could call on helpers such as the Holy Spirit and archangels and angels that could help me shift my perceptions. I didn't have to do things alone, and that was a huge turning point in my life. It didn't mean that I had got what I needed to get, but it was definitely a beginning. It was a huge start and enabled me to start to take control of my life, to recognize that I had power. And that has evolved once I began to realize that I am an empath, that I have that sensitivity to other people's energy. It's been like just a huge gift that has unfolded, and it keeps unfolding as I've been working with it, and the more I work with it, it seems to become even more keen, and it's as though my body has become a computer receptor. And when I'm working with someone, just as I was working with you earlier, Dee, I can just focus on the messages that your body is sharing with me. Your body has all of this technical term is stuff, baggage that you've been carrying, and it holds it inside the emotional or energetic body, and you can feel it. You might feel, physical symptoms. You might feel like, your solar plexus is clenched, or you might just feel like, your throat is congested, or there's a heaviness on your chest. Those are all the ways that it can manifest in your body. But the blessing is that as a computer receptor, when I'm working with someone, I can feel, say I'll feel like a heaviness in my chest, and I'll just write that down. And as an intuitive, I get the information of what it's from, what's creating it, and then that indicator disappears, and I'll feel something else. Like I might feel something in my root chakra, which is letting me know that there's fear, or there are money issues, or there are ancestral issues. The body talks to me, and I'll write down, well, it'll communicate maybe 6 to 8 different indicators, and then I'll ask your body, how would you like to resolve it? So it's turned into this amazing gift, and I'm so thrilled to be able to help people with it. It's really my purpose.
Wow. I have a question I'd like to interject here before we really get moving.
Sure.
Part of it's my own curiosity. I also am an empath, and I was wondering, first, for those who may not be familiar with the term, I know it seems impossible, but every now and then I'll be talking to somebody and they'll look at me cross-eyed. Can you tell us what you mean by being an empath? And then I have a follow-up question to that.
Okay, sure. In quantum physics, they refer to quantum entanglement. Actually, we'll go even beyond quantum entanglement. Let's talk about non-locality, because I can feel people across the world if I tap into them. So we'll talk about non-locality, because in quantum physics, they discovered that you can there is no set limit of you're not finite, you're not limited to a body. You have ample reach. I can reach people in China if I choose to, connect with a client there. There is no distance, and that's pretty amazing. So what happens is we're not these physical bodies. We are much greater than these physical bodies. We're actually pure energy. We're 99.999% energy. And as energy, we're not limited to body. And you can actually look at the way our cells are constructed. They have all of these minute particles inside, but there's huge spaces between the particles. And if you took the particles of all the cells in your body, all the matter in your body would fit into the seed of an apple. We're huge and unlimited. And also we're spirit. We're spiritual beings. So I know I'm taking a long way of answering your question, but when an empath feels other people's stuff in their body, and I find in about 85% of my clients that they are actually carrying other people's stuff. It's not just their own. And that's the first question that I ask when I work with someone is this yours or is this someone else's?
That's a great question.
It's a very important question. So empaths don't have great boundaries in terms of energy. And it's very easy for us to be feeling other people's stuff. And my last class, I have a telephone class with about 8 or 10 to 12 people on the call, and I work with everybody individually, and I was working with this one person, and I just felt all this congestion in her chest and a heaviness in her throat and a heaviness in her chest. And I just asked, is anybody else on the call feeling it? And everybody else was feeling it. So, this is the joy of being an empath, but it really can be used once you understand it and can work with it. It can be a huge blessing. I've learned how to filter the information that comes into me, and I've learned to be more like Teflon and not let it stick. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. And you've practically, Dee did read my mind, and then you read my mind, because I was going to ask you about the boundaries issue a little bit for those of us who are also empaths. And just as an aside, I was 22 years old before I realized that not everybody was an empath. I just thought everybody was. And I wouldn't use the word empath because I didn't know the word, but I'd say, don't you feel that? I could be sitting in a party and I could feel just like tremendous sadness from the person sitting next to me, and they would have never opened their mouth. And so I was wondering about your filter system. How is it? Is it something you can turn on and off, or do you bless yourself? How do you keep that filter in place?
Initially, when I first started to work with energy and with consciousness, I placed myself in a disco ball, and I only let in loving vibration. You see, and that was setting the intention. And when I work with people, that's one of the first filters that I give them, because you need to feel safe. That's the key, is you need to feel safe. As you begin to work, I have a process, just of clearing out all of the debris that's in your energy and emotional body. Once you start to do this and you start to elevate your consciousness to a high enough frequency, to a high enough vibrational frequency, then I don't seem to need that filter for the most part. Now, I'm going to qualify that because a few days ago, I had noticed for about 3 weeks I wasn't feeling good, and I didn't know what it is. Now, you can't always see the label of the bottle when you're inside the jar. So I have friends that I'll go to and say, what do you see? What do you feel? Because I can't always get an accurate read for myself. I can definitely get it for other people. But
yes.
And I was carrying someone else, the first thing she said is, this isn't yours, MarBeth. Now, I had checked that out, but I wasn't getting a clear read on it. And that happens very often when I'm working on myself. And I find that when people are working on themselves, it's very often you need an outside objective, neutral person who can give you what you need. But, and once I realized it was just gone.
Well, I've got one final little tidbit question here to ask, or comment really, because I think the greatest upside for me is I truly feel other people's joy. Like all of a sudden I'll be feeling joyous. I'll be like, wonder what just happened, or and so I find that to be one of the biggest upsides. But that was very interesting, and thank you for that answer.
Are you feeling my joy?
Yes, I am.
So, MarBeth, could we ask you to take us through just the briefest of experiential disco ball putting filters up process, just real brief, so that we can have this as a takeaway tool?
It's a great takeaway tool, especially if you feel like you're very sensitive to other people's energy. The key thing is that you feel safe. And, initially when I was a Reiki practitioner, it was the first modality that I learned was Reiki, and became a Reiki master. We used to put ourselves in a bubble of white light. But if you can just imagine there's a disco ball in front of you with all of the mirrors, it's all mirrors and it's all reflecting light out. Just imagine yourself stepping inside of it. and then you're inside, and everything around you, any energy that comes at you, will be reflected out, and you don't have to receive any of it. You can set a filter, and it's all by intention, to allow loving energies in. I'm now only allowing in loving energy that will benefit me and make me feel good. And there you have your filter. Now, you will have to update that. You might want to do that on a regular basis. When you get to a high enough vibration, you will not need that.
Oh, that's beautiful. Part of an issue from my community that, 2/3, 3/4 of the community I lived in Jamestown, everyone lost their homes. And so there's this ongoing despair and just so many challenges. And so as a group, when we get together, there is this communal relief in being together, but at the same time, there is all of this burden that we're also sharing. So I think this is really a great tool that I will share with my friends. So I appreciate that.
I think that's a great tool, yes. And if you can look at the gifts, for every experience that feels overwhelming and feels catastrophic, there are huge gifts inherent in the experience. And I'll give you an example. 5 years ago, last Valentine's Day, I lost my sweetheart to a heart attack, and it was so devastating. And, the shocks, just finding him, it was just overpowering and overwhelming. But I made the decision that I knew that if I allowed myself to just curl up in grief, it would have been really difficult for me to get out of that. So I chose to move forward, and I had tools. I have tools to help release emotions, and so I used them. And it wasn't easy because emotions come up and they smack you in the forehead. And I just continued to move forward, and I released them. And it really wasn't long before the major emotions, the sadness, the grief, the anger, the guilt, everything that comes up, they were gone. And then there was love and beautiful memories. And I realized at that time that I had something that I could share with people. So that was a huge gift that came out of that experience. But there were other gifts as well. I learned that I found a deeper part of myself. Khalil Gibran talks about in The Prophet how the sorrow etches out a place to hold more joy. And I think that is very profound and very true. Also, people reached out to me and gave me so much love and support. My kids flew in to be with me. There were so many wonderful gifts that came out of the experience that I think if you look at and have your group focus on what are they gaining from that experience, what gifts are they that are inherent in it, I think you can start to shift the whole scenario, and people will start to find, because as soon as you go into appreciation, things are going to begin to shift for you, and you begin, your vibration is higher, and you'll begin to attract in what you would really like instead of attracting more of the same into your experience.
Right. We do have questions coming in, and I have so many things I want to talk with you about, but would you mind if we take a quick question from the audience?
No, I'd love to take a quick question. I'm also open to, if you would like, to working with someone from the audience.
Sure. Okay. So the first off, we have Carol writing in from Austin, and she said, how long MarBeth, did it take to see the gift? I just lost my mother a month ago. I'm really sorry. And I'm not seeing the gift yet. I'm so sorry, Carol.
Oh, hon, it's an individual experience. For me, I didn't really see the gift for maybe 4 or 5 months. I just kept moving forward. I threw myself into learning new training. I became a matrix energetics practitioner. I started going, I think I went to 12 seminars that year. I just threw myself into it. I knew that I needed to do something that was going to enrich me at the same time as, it's hard. It's a really difficult situation because you're feeling that person, you're feeling the loss, you're feeling the grief, and you need to take the time to love and accept yourself where you are. Don't try to push yourself faster. Just feel love and compassion. It's so important.
And MarBeth, didn't you find part of the healing process is this teeter-totter where you do, you raise up, you lift up in gratitude, but then it's kind of a balancing, things that will bring you back into your sense of loss. So it's just kind of a balancing act for some time. At least it has been for me. There are the moments where it's not moments. There's a great deal of time where you feel gratitude for the person your mother was or the experiences you had that led you up to that point. And then again, you're just going to dip into your grief, and I think that it balances out, and it becomes easier with time.
It does become easier with time, and it's very helpful if you have tools that can help you move through it. Mm-hmm. I've helped many people work through situations with loss. Had a grief and loss group for a little while, and I found one of the things that helped was tapping because the emotional freedom technique or meridian tapping, it's very helpful for moving through emotions. It's one of the methods that I use, but I have a lot of different tools in my toolbox. But that's something that you can do as the emotions come up. I'm going to say, Carol, allow yourself to feel what you're feeling. If you can hold that emotion, as excruciating as it may be, just hold that emotion from a place of love, it's going to start to shift for you. The tapping will help you also move through it very quickly. So that's just a couple of things I would recommend.
That I would like to just ask. That could work for the tapping. Can that work for worry and stress generally? Even if I've lost my mother too, so I know what that's like, and it takes a while to come to grips with it. But I was just thinking about, I have a son who's just gotten a driver's license, and I'm spending a lot of time worrying. And I hadn't thought about the tapping, but would that help?
I think so. It's great. I have I have some tools that are a little faster. You just kind of have to tap into what is it that you're worried about. Sometimes with tapping, if it can be an issue if you're not, if you haven't really honed in on what exactly it is that the issue is, then it may not work for you. That's one of the things I discovered. So if you're nervous about your son, you might want to. We could do that right now if you want to. We can just look at what are you feeling about your son. Part of that is trusting the universe. That.
Well,
yeah,
what I was going to say is and Dee knows this all too well, but my son has had a pattern in the last 3 years. 3 years ago, he had an accident on a skateboard and almost broke his back, and then a year later, he was hit on his bicycle by a car and was almost killed.
Oh, yeah.
So he doesn't want to, he didn't want, he's 19 and he just got his license because he wanted nothing to do with wheels. So
I
this
understand.
is a big major step for him. So I'm sure part of my stress is trying to not be try not to be in the past, number one, and try not to just be worried that, something else is going to happen, and trusting.
I know. But you know what part of what's going on is both you and your son are still holding on to the emotional after effects of the trauma, because I can feel that in your throat and I can feel it in your upper chest. There's a lot of shock and grief because of that experience, and you haven't released it.
Take it away.
All right. So what I want you to do is just, very heavy in your chest, my dear. So just bring your awareness into your chest, and I'm going to hold the space, and we're just, and there's also fear when we go in there too. I can feel that. Going to the chest, it goes right to the root chakra and to the throat. But we're going to stay put your hand on your chest. That's probably what we'll do, is put your hand on your chest. Let's go first into your throat. Bring your awareness in your throat and just feel all those emotions that you haven't really allowed yourself to express. So we're just going to be there and we're acknowledging the emotions. There's a tightness in your upper back. It's really a lot of stress about it. But I'm also getting that there's more to it, what's going on in your upper back. It's almost like there's a shell there protecting you, protecting your heart. But that's not about this experience. It's just that I'm noticing that it's there. So if you just bring your awareness in your throat, we'll just stay there. That's already starting to shift. Did you feel that? It's kind of melting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there it goes. And you just expanded. Did you feel that?
I did, and it was very interesting. I wasn't aware of the fact that I had my shoulders up around my ears. And as soon as you said you said something about my upper back, I just immediately dropped.
Yeah, what's going on back there is that it's like an energetic shell protecting the back of your heart. So, yeah.
Thank you.
So my question is, this being a group call, I think that this sort of energy work benefits everyone that's listening. And
it does.
So it's a collective energy shift. Yes,
a oneness. Everybody on the call, and even those that are going to be listening to the call afterwards, will be, those of us who are kinesthetic will be able to feel it. Now, there are other people who perceive energy clear, through their vision. They may be more clairvoyant, or their skills might be maybe the way that they learn, they're more visual. Other people are clairaudient. They tend to hear things, and that's the way they learn. It's just different styles of learning, different styles of perceiving energy. I think the majority of us are kinesthetic. We feel things. However, most of us are a blend. So we might see, we might hear, we might smell. I have a friend who's got an amazing sense of smell. She came to visit me, and as we walked out the back of I live in a high-rise. As we walked out the back of the building, she said, "I'm smelling nail polish remover." Well, 6 months before, there had been a nail studio right there.
Wow.
And she smelled it, and we walked outside, and she said, "Oh, people have been peeing in the bushes here." She could smell it.
So, MarBeth, about the joy factor?
What about it? What would you like to know, my love?
Well, I'd like to know how it rapidly increases your health, your wealth, and your happiness.
Well, as you start to release your resistance to joy, your resistance to love, and that's like the process that I was doing with Nanette and that I was showing you earlier today.
Mm-hmm.
You start to release these issues that are, it's like feng shui. You know, you need to have the clear flow of energy in your body, in all of your bodies. You know, I learned in Kundalini Yoga we have 10 bodies, you know, from our soul body and our physical body and our auric body, and, you know, it's just all these different bodies. And so we need to have a clear flow of energy. But what happens, for example, with Nanette and her son, she was in such a state of shock, you know, and of course it's understandable. It's your son, and for him to be hurt, and she couldn't do anything about it. You know, she could try to help him after the fact, not once, but twice. And so she's got all this energy. It's all trapped, or it was. We released some of it. A lot of what was going on in her throat is much more expanded, and those were trapped emotions. But then there also are unexpressed emotions. But there's also, you know, a heaviness in your chest is very often grief or sadness or, you know, just with Carol, who asked the question, I'm sure she's feeling a lot of heaviness in her chest. And there are a lot of things that just come up when you lose someone you love. I've lost my mom as well. And, you know, even though, you know, she was older, it's major. It's really a major experience, so you really need to treat yourself with love and compassion. But as we start to release these issues inside, you create a space for joy, and it's almost automatic. But I like to also use joy as a catalyst for creating more abundance and for creating, well, you know, I work, my radio shows on the Law of Attraction radio network, and Law of Attraction is basically when you're vibrating at a particular frequency, that's what you pull in. But there's so many other laws to the universe, and I truthfully believe at a much higher vibrational frequency, when you're vibrating at a level of joy and love, you're in alignment with spirit, and things just flow in so easily. It's you don't have to kind of sit and try to attract things. It's actually you're aligning with spirit, and you just in a place of, well, wouldn't it be nice if this happened? And then it just sort of flows into you. It's a different type of experience. It's more of a surrendering into being guided by spirit. And I think that's actually a higher level than trying to, you know, create material things, you know.
I think so many of our audience members listening have to be wondering, I understand why joy is so important, but how do you hardwire your brain for joy and happiness immediately using your time-tested, proven techniques? How do you do it?
How do we do it? Well, first of all, it's very easy. One of the things that has come into science is that our brains are hardwired for negativity. They're out there looking for what's wrong. They're not looking for what's right. You know, you look at the reptilian brain, which is millions of years old, and it's always, what's wrong here? What do I have to look out for? What's dangerous? And so the amygdala, that ancient part of our brain, is trained immediately. An experience occurs, your brain is already scanning. What's wrong here? Do I need to do something immediately? Is it frightening? Is it scary? Does it compare to something that happened in my past? If it finds a similarity, it's going to set off an alarm, and your pulse may start to race, and your breathing gets shallow, and you feel agitated. So that happens immediately. However, when something good happens, the amygdala doesn't even notice it. You know? So we need to hardwire our brain by looking for the positive things, and it takes 5 to 20 seconds for a positive experience to begin to register in your amygdala. So your brain really isn't objective. It's looking for negative stuff. So it's been said that the brain's like Velcro for negative experiences and Teflon for positive ones. So you really need to, if you find that you've been feeling negative about things, it really isn't your fault. But you can change the way your brain functions because of two factors. One is the principle of neuroplasticity, because throughout our lives, when we use our brain in particular ways, it can alter its physical structure. So we can start to create new neural pathways in the brain, and also that the higher regions of the brain can modify the way the lower brain works. So if you use attention, and that word again, intention, in a sustained and focused way, so you can start to shift it. So if you're seriously looking for happiness, you want to focus on good experiences and really get into the whole sensation of them, the feeling, how does it feel in your body, the sounds, the smells, the whole sensation, the taste, whatever it is. You want to fully experience and hold on to that, all the sensations of that experience as long as you can, and you start to retrain your brain. Also, by setting your intention for joy, you can focus on the good, and you can, just really focus on, you're going to the beach. And here's the thing. You go to a party, and you meet all these people, and everybody's so sweet and so nice, and one person insults you. And where does your focus go? Right?
Right.
It's not on all the good things. You focus immediately on that one person, and why did they insult me, and why were they so mean, and what's wrong with them? And so you've just totally shifted everything. We need to shift the focus. We need to take the focus away from the negative and focus on the positive things. Because when you start to focus on the positive, you're going to live longer, you'll have more energy, you're going to have better health, you'll sleep better, and all of these, gratitude, appreciation. So you focus on the positive and you start to appreciate it. And all of these, this has been scientifically proven that Robert Emmons is the world expert on gratitude. He found that if you can focus on 5 things that you're grateful for each week, just once a week, your life can shift much more positively. And you do start to, they found studies that people who were grateful, that were appreciative, live longer, they have more energy, they sleep better, their health's better, their relationships are better, they even earn more money, they're more productive. So, it's good stuff. But all of these have been scientifically proven. Can you believe it?
Well, I have a question for you because you brought up the neural pathways.
Yeah.
And actually, I can't remember who this person was that told me this, but I remember this conversation where if you picture your brain like a mountain, and you can either take the path that everybody else has gone, and if you compare that path to, let's say, a bad habit like me worrying about my son, I need to get off that path and bushwhack through a new path so that I don't go to that old path every time. And so what you just said really makes a lot of sense to me, and I slap myself for forgetting it. But thank you for bringing that up.
Not your fault. It's not your fault, Nanette.
Well, but thank you for bringing it up, because sometimes it's just that little spark that's like, oh, yeah, I had that tool. I just left it at the bottom of the toolbox. So
yeah.
I appreciate that. And I wanted you to go just a little.
Yeah, just appreciate every time he comes home, and he's feeling good about driving or whatever. You start to focus on the positive aspects of that.
Right, instead of going the other way. And
yeah.
You had already started to comment on this, but I wanted you to expand on it a little bit on how to live 7 years longer with a 7% higher income and a stronger immune system.
Gratitude.
Expand on that?
Gratitude and appreciation. They have done studies in the workplace that when you start to be focusing in the positive and you start to focus on all the good things in your life and things that you can be grateful for, they've done long-term studies. Not just in one particular study, but in the U.S. and in Australia. There was one study that was done in University of Southern California and University of North Carolina. It was a joint study where they were actually able to find that people's immune systems, they showed that they were stronger when they were positive and they were focused on positive experiences, but also lived with a purpose. For example, think Mother Teresa. Somebody who lived among lepers, and in the worst environment, and yet she was healthy. A stronger immune system because you're living a life of purpose, and and that was a test that they did, an experiment that they did against people who were, just pleasure seekers. They were living they called it a hedonic existence. So the word hedonist comes from there. So they're basically pleasure seekers, but they weren't living a particular purpose. They weren't living a life of service. They were not as healthy as those who were living a life of purpose, and that actually showed up in their blood, in their immune system. That's pretty cool.
That's really cool.
We have quite a few comments coming in. Thank you, Linda, for appreciation of this programming. Kara from New Orleans also says, I'm loving this call. I want to know if laughter falls into the joy category. Yes, I think it does.
It does. I find I laugh all the time. I listen, I edit my radio show, and I'm like laughing constantly, and I'm thinking, oh my God, what are people going to think? Sorry about that.
Oh, no problem.
Oh, it's not your fault.
So
it's not my fault.
We are not going to be able to get through all of the questions that we have. And I want to save time because MarBeth has prepared a program for this call today. She's made a special offer for us. And I think in our last few minutes, MarBeth, if you want to share with us your program that you're bringing to us.
Yes, I definitely would love to do that. So basically, I love to work with people one-on-one, and I was thinking, how can I do that? So what I've done is I'm going to make this such a no-brainer to be able to work with me for a half hour to get a reading like what I did very briefly with you, Nanette, and what I did earlier with Dee, where your body will communicate with me and explain to me. Your body just communicates and tells me where you're holding your stuff and what it is. So as an empath, that's my gift, I will be able to read what your body is sharing with me and feed you back that information, and then we can release it very, very, very quickly. So we can communicate with your body wisdom. We can look at what's keeping you stuck. We can understand how you are blocking your joy and your abundance. We can look at some unproductive patterns. We can release your energetic blocks, and we can open you to experience more joy. And what's really exciting, I was trying to think what I could do that would be really great for your people today, all of our wonderful listeners. And so what I'm doing is I'm going to give you a half-hour consult with me, which is valued at $250. And when I work with people, it's $500 an hour. And so this is today $97, but I'm also throwing in my Power of Joy program, which is 4 modules of, the first one is how to clear your stuff and clearing the causes. And the causes of what's keeping you stuck, well, very often there's events from your past that are creating that muck that kind of gums up the works inside your being, from your throat to your chest, your gut. So how to clear the causes, and then also you'll also learn how to look at your limiting beliefs and release them. Very often I find that people have energetic reasons for being stuck. Maybe also that might be something from a past life, or it could be, having the empath situation. I had a woman I worked with several years ago who was a school teacher. She still is a school teacher, really fine teacher, but she was so sensitive to energy that she's having heart palpitations. She put on a bunch of weight, which is protective. And in her school environment, I had to show her how to protect herself, how to shift the energy in her environment. And, today everything is just flowing. She went from being a victim and not being able to handle. She would just come home from work, she's so exhausted. Then afterwards, she was just, life was flowing. She had energy when she came home. And at one point, she actually started to work with energy as well. And she was able to do that after school, which was amazing. So there are different ways that you can release some of the issues that are keeping you stuck that are in the program, and connecting with your angels, and different strategies and tactics and exercises and breathing and mantras that can help you create more joy. So that's a bonus. But to be able to have both of these, which is a $647 value, but you'll get it all for $97. So you get to work with me one-on-one, and you get my MP3 set. If you go to MarBethDunn.com/insight, INSIGHT, MarBeth, MarBethDunn.com/insight, you'll be able to see what I'm offering. If you're feeling stuck at all, if you really need to start living to your full potential, you're finally ready to move forward and release all the things that are keeping you stuck, that are preventing you from being your grandest, most magnificent self. This is my soul mission, really, to help you become more joyful. And I just wanted to make it really easy, make it a no-brainer for you to sign up to work with me just for $97. This is really, really quite an amazing experience. So if you go to the page, it's MarBethDunn.com/insight, you can read all about, what I'm offering you today. And I haven't ever done this online before. And I think that you'll find that the value is really pretty amazing.
Absolutely.
What do you think?
I think it's incredible. Having worked with you more than a couple of times, MarBeth, I absolutely encourage anyone that is feeling stuck to go ahead and contact you. Also, on your website, you have the bonus ebook, The 7 Steps to Get Unstuck and Unlock Your Joy, which is a great another great tool. MarBeth has so many tools and techniques. I'm just amazed and grateful for her help in my life. So I would highly encourage everyone to take a look. And if we still have enough time, we have more questions.
Sure, we have more time.
Okay, great. Let's see. I'm going to go back to an earlier question. What did you learn from your greatest challenges, and what were they?
Well, one of my greatest challenges, as I mentioned, was losing my sweetheart, 5 years ago. And so I learned from that, I learned compassion, a greater compassion for myself and for others. And I learned that that my purpose, that was huge, was to work to help other people move through the issues that are keeping them stuck. That was, when I realized I had these tools,
At what point did you realize you found your purpose?
It just popped into my head. I said, oh, I can use this to help other people. And I already was working as I was doing energy healing and consciousness shifting modalities. So I realized that I could, do this in a bigger way, in a grander way. My purpose is really I want to help shift the energy on the planet. I want to raise the vibrational frequency on the planet by helping millions of people move into joy. And the easiest way to move into joy that I know is to release all of the barriers to your love and your joy, all the resistance.
Wonderful.
A very commendable goal.
So, well, I'm here with you guys, and I so appreciate being here because I get to share my message.
Well, we're just grateful to have you with us today. Nanette, I think that we have time for one more question if you want, and also I'm going to say thank you to MarBeth at this time and let you close, Nanette. So, MarBeth, as always, it's been a joy, and we're grateful.
I'm grateful to be here with you. Thank you so much, and I do hope you all take advantage of me.
Do you want to repeat your website?
Yes,
yeah, why don't you do that?
It's MarBeth Dunn, MarBeth Dunn, DUNN.com /insight, INSIGHT.
And that is for your gift. And,
it's for the Flash of Insight consultation with me, a half-hour consultation, and in a half hour we can do a lot, as well as my Power of Joy program with 25 different MP3s included in 4 different modules.
Wow. That is a very gracious offering, and this is our second time speaking with you, and I've just enjoyed every minute. And we'd love to have you come back sometime, too.
I would love that.
That'd be great. And, it's funny, when we first get on the call, you think an hour, that's going to be plenty of time, and boom, the hour's gone. But thank you so much for joining us. And like I said, we would like to have you back again. And then I'm going to mention real quickly again about saving the dates for the Living in Oneness Telesummit from the May 7th to May 18th. And we're going to post the places where you can register here in just a few minutes after the call. And then if you'd like to join us tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Mountain Time for Healing with the Archangels, Debbie Savatsky will be leading that call. And it's it's a call you don't want to miss. And then on the last Wednesday of every month, we have a Power of Prayer call. And that is at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. And we'll also post the connecting source there so that you can register for the call. So once again, MarBeth, I just really want to thank you, and it's been a delight.
And we will put a link.
Thank you so much.
We'll put a link up for MarBeth's offering as well, so thank you.
Thank you,
Okay.
Dee. Thank you, Nanette. You guys rock.
Oh, right back at you. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
started. Welcome to the Living in Oneness Summit, 5 Pillars for Success. This is such an incredible day. We've been looking forward to the beginning of this summit for a long time. We are so excited to be putting on this summit, and we've got about 7,500 registrations at this point and growing. So welcome to the call. Please get comfortable. We've got an incredible hour in store. I'm Steve Farrell, the Worldwide Coordinating Director for Humanities Team, and I have Neil Donald Walsh with me, the author of the Conversations with God books and the founder of Humanities Team. I'm going to be speaking to him here very shortly, and you won't want to miss his insights into how we can live in oneness in our own life and as a public service leader where we're conscious. We'll get to that here in just a minute. First, I want to share why we created this summit, Living in Oneness, the 5 Pillars for Success. It's because what we can see, even in our own homes here within Humanities Team, is that oneness can be an intellectual construction, something very abstract that we have some sense of. But when it comes to really living in oneness in our own life, and then living in oneness with our significant other in a close relationship, living in oneness with our family where we're raising conscious kids, living in oneness in the workplace where we're creating a conscious workplace and maintaining that conscious workplace, and then living in oneness as a public service leader where we're out public speaking and we're leader out in our community, in our country, in the world. In all of these areas of our life, what occurs to us is that it's valuable to have tools for really living in oneness. So it's not something abstract. And so that's why we created the Humanities Team University about a year ago, and that's why we created this summit this year, Living in Oneness, the 5 Pillars for Success. If it's true that we really are all connected, that there's one presence, and we're all a part of that one presence, then doesn't it make sense to really live that way and not just go to the movie theater and watch Avatar and have a great experience of oneness and then leave the movie theater and go back out on the street and live in the illusion of separation? Isn't it time that we create a planet that really lives and breathes in oneness? So that's what this summit is about. We are going to have a very, what I'm going to call unplugged discussion here the next hour. It's going to be very authentic. There will be no filtering. You might have heard Neil and I chatting here just as we were getting started, and that's what we were sharing with each other. And one of the things I love about Neil, who is such an amazing man, of course he is the author of the Conversations with God books. He's the founder of Humanities Team, but more importantly, he is a spiritual activist, and that's why he is embodied, is to do this work, and there's never anything that is off limits. He always invites me or anybody to talk about anything that has to do with God and life. So before I bring him on, just 3 quick things. One, something that we like to do as we get started is just a one moment to oneness spiritual experience. So with your eyes closed or your eyes open, let's go ahead and just release our agendas and our thoughts. And let's just feel God's light, the universe's light just streaming down through our crown chakra, through our bodies, reflecting in our hearts, connecting all of us on this phone call, this conference call, connecting our hearts and our hands all over the world, and just seeing the whole earth that's aglow in oneness, living as who it really is in this loving presence, this healing presence, this light-filled presence, this eternal presence. Okay, and as we open our eyes, let's do this oneness hand signal. It's got a minor adaptation. Peter Melton, who created the oneness hand signal, made this adaptation in the last week. If we start with our fingers still in the peace signal, it says our bodies are separate, and then we bring the fingers together. As we know, though, there is only one presence, and now bring the 2 fingers together where to our heart space, where we say, because of course we know we are all one, and as we touch our heart with our 2 fingers together, that of course is the center where we're connected with God, with each other, and with life around us. And Peter, thank you for the oneness hand signal. Such an easy way to go out in the world with oneness. The next thing I want to mention is if you're on the webinar, I want to invite you to put your name, your city, and your country in the window. And also during the next hour, if you have inspirations, comments, or questions that you want to share, please place them in the window. We'll get to at least a few of these during the hour. The last thing I want to share is tomorrow's program is 1 hour later, so please note that. Ken Wilber is coming on from 1 to 2 Pacific. It's the only program that's not between 12 and 1 Pacific time. Tomorrow's program is 1 hour later, between 1 and 2 Pacific, so you'll just want to make note of that. And now I want to welcome Neil Donald Walsh to the call. And Neil, it is always so incredible to have you with us, and especially this call where we're launching the Living in Oneness Summit, and you, of course, are our first speaker.
Thank you, Steve. It's wonderful to be here, and I'm so happy that so many people from around the world have chosen to join together in this moment and be here as well, so that we can just raise our consciousness, raise our awareness, raise our participation in the whole process and experience of oneness around the world. So I want to thank humanity's team for all that it has done to produce and create this opportunity and this experience. And I want to say to everyone, do not think that it is insignificant that you are here. This is more than just sitting on the telephone and listening to people talk. This is, as I mentioned a moment ago, about raising consciousness, raising awareness, and enlarging the energy. You know, even if you listen to a conversation with which you already agree, you might say, well, there's nothing new here. Why am I listening to this? The very act of listening, the very act of participating in the way you're participating, increases and multiplies the energy that is being created by the experience itself. You may know that quantum physicists have told us now in recent science that nothing that is observed is unaffected by the observer. May I please indulge myself and repeat that? I want to repeat it because I want you to really hear what I said. Science is now telling us, quantum physics is now telling us, nothing that is observed is unaffected by the observer. That is, the very fact of observing something creates it as larger than it was before and different than it was before. It actually creates it in the mold and in the form and in the shape that the observer has chosen. And when the observers are multitudinous, then we get to what was told to us by all the great spiritual masters. Wherever two or more are gathered, there is God. So the very act of being on this call right now is far more powerful than many people might have thought. That's the power of oneness.
Amen to that, Neil. And so we are going to go right into these questions that talk about how can we live in oneness more fully in our own life and then as a spiritual leader. And Neil, the first question I have here is regarding one of the very, very key things that is said throughout the Conversations with God books. It says that if we don't go within, we go without. That is shared repeatedly, and as an invitation, I took it to really go and be as one with God. Can you just share a little bit about that?
I'd be happy to, Steve. I think it's the basis of all of the rest of the Conversations with God messages, and for that matter, the basis of a life being human that allows us to experience our true and real identity. When we go within, what we encounter there is who we are. What we encounter there when we go within, and I'll talk about what going within looks like in just a moment, but when we go within, we go to the place where we exist. That is where we, the collective of us, where all of us in our oneness exists. That is the place where we make our direct line connection to what I call, in my cosmology, in my languaging, God itself, divinity, if you please. And divinity exists in the silent place between the heart and the mind. And so that's what is meant by, if you do not go within, you go without. Not only do you wind up going outside of yourself, but you also go without all of the wonderful, extraordinary, almost countless benefits that you would accrue and experience and achieve if you go within. Going within once or twice or 3 times a day. I've listed many different kinds of ways to go within, by the way, in my books. I'll talk about those in just a moment. But so the question that we ask ourselves then as we live our daily lives is, do I source my experience of life from within or from without? Steve, you said something kind of interesting a moment ago. You said, we go to see movies like Avatar and other wonderful motion pictures, or read wonderful books and so forth. We open our mind to the experience of oneness, and Avatar was a wonderful way to do it, and there are others as well. And then we leave the movie theater, or close the book, or step away from the lecture, or leave the workshop and go right back to our living the illusion. Well, in fact, we do. In fact, we do, and not meaning to contradict you directly, Steve, but in a sense, we should. Conversations with God says you need to live the illusion. So don't be surprised, don't be frustrated by the fact that you leave the theater and step right back into your illusion. Of course you do. That's how the system was set up. I don't want people to get frustrated and say, gosh, Steve's right. I mean, I leave the movie and I step right back into the illusion. Why do I do that? Why do I do that? You do it because it's designed to be that way. As it was made very clear to us in the book Communion with God, those illusions are put into place as specific tools, platforms from which we can experience who we really are. So if you didn't live the illusion, for instance, to use a simple example and a very clear one, if you didn't live the illusion of separation, the illusion of oneness would be utterly impossible. Because in the absence of that which you are not, that which you are is not. That is, in the absence of separation, oneness could not be experienced by you. You wouldn't even know what oneness meant. Any more than you would be able to enjoy vanilla ice cream if you had nothing but vanilla ice cream, morning, noon, and night for the next 35 years. I promise you, as much as you may enjoy vanilla ice cream, by the end of the 34th year you would say, I don't enjoy it. I don't even know what it is anymore, because there's nothing else. Therefore, in the absence of that which you are not, that which you are is not. Enjoy the illusion. Of course you step out of the theater wishing that you could just live that way, and you step out on the street and you living the illusion again. The trick is not to just not live the illusion. The trick is to go ahead and live the illusion, but use it. Use the illusion as a tool, as a device for which it was intended. The problem is we don't understand that it's an illusion. We think that it's real. We think that the movie that we're watching is the illusion. The movie is a reflection of what is really real. And so if we can understand that what we're living, the illusion we're living, is an illusion, then we can begin to use it as a tool with which to create opportunities to experience the ultimate reality. But you will go back and forth between experiencing the ultimate reality and the illusion, and that's not bad. What's bad is if you think the illusion is real, then you live in a distorted reality. We are, in fact, as a magician who has forgotten his own tricks. So I don't get upset with myself when I fall into the illusion again, because I do it all the time. What I do monitor closely, however, is, am I taking this illusion and making it real, or am I using the illusion to create a contextual field, contrasting elements that allow me to step into that part of the illusory world in which I live that allows me to experience the ultimate reality? That's what true masters have done. That's what the Buddha did. Stepping out into the world of illusion and saying, you know what, I get that the contextual field is required, but I'm having none of it. I'm simply using it as a means by which I can experience the fullness and the richness and the oneness of who I really am. Every other master has done precisely the same thing.
Neil, one of the other things you've shared is that you've said oneness occurs in our experience out of our desire. It is a matter of will, not a matter of action. Can you talk about that?
I can, but I'd like to just back up just a little bit because I didn't get to the fullness of my point about going within. I promised I would mention just ways to do that very quickly. When I talk about going within, there are a lot of ways to go within. It doesn't necessarily have to look like sitting down for 45 minutes, oming with your eyes closed and soft music playing to a candle. It's okay to do that. In fact, it's wonderful to do that. I love doing that. But that's not the only way. And some people just don't do well with those kinds of meditations. There are many different kinds of meditations. In several of my books, I've included a whole section, a whole back section on different ways to find that place of oneness, different ways to, if you please, go within. There are a number of ways to do that. One of my favorites is what I call the stopping meditation, where you stop for 10 seconds 6 times a day. That's 60 seconds a day, 1 minute a day, divided into 6 10-second intervals that allow us to stop all the helter-skelter, stop all the noise, stop all the visual, chatter and cluster and all the visual stuff that's going on around us. Stop everything, in fact, visual, audible, all the rest, for 10 seconds, and just be quiet for 10 seconds and go within. You can do it, by the way. It's most effective to do it when you're in the middle of something, sometimes even in the middle of a sentence. Sometimes you can find yourself just stopping. Stop. Just for 10 seconds.
Beautiful. Boy, let's breathe into that, huh, Neil?
And be quiet 6 times a day, twice in the morning, twice in the afternoon, twice in the evening. Do that for 90 days, and I dare you to tell me that your life hasn't changed, because it will. But the wonderful part about that little simple exercise is that as you begin to appreciate what those 10 seconds 6 times a day can do for you, you'll begin to yearn for more. You'll say, wait a minute. If that 10 seconds felt that good, what would 60 seconds all at one time feel like? Or for that matter, 10 minutes. Do I have 10 minutes I can spare out of a day to just be quiet like that? And you don't even have to worry about, but how do I connect? How do I connect with God? There must be a process. There must be a way. Show me how I'm supposed to. No, you don't have to worry about it. If you're quiet with yourself for 10 minutes a day for the next 90 days, before long, your inner system, your inner self will show you, it will deliver, it will give you a way without you asking for it. It will deliver a way for you to get in touch with your highest and deepest singular self. It will happen automatically. And so the sounds of silence call you loudly to your highest self. And when you emerge from such moments of deep meditation and deep oneness, in my experience at least, you then step back into the illusion, using the illusion as a tool with which to experience the oneness. That is, you see everyone else in a different way. You experience the events of your life in a different way. You simply recontextualize the entire experience because you've given yourself 10 minutes a day of peaceful contemplation to consider what's really true. That's a tool that I would offer everybody on this call right now. It takes 10 minutes a day. Surely everyone has that.
Beautiful, Neil. Thank you. We are off to quite a start here. Neil, I thought, personal experience is such an incredible guide, and your life has been rich with so many experiences. And I wondered, as we talk about living in oneness in our own life, in the unfolding of your life, what was that like, and where were the moments of oneness where you might share an example or two?
Well, mostly for me, it began in my most intimate relationships. And I'm sad to say, but I must be candid and honest in saying that didn't happen until 15 years or so ago. That is, the first 45 or 50 years of my life, half century, were spent not even experiencing that. And that's sad for me. You know, I often find myself listening to my father's voice, who used to say to me, "So old, so soon, so smart, so late." But I also observe the perfection of the life path that I have taken, that I think, in fact, that had I not experienced 50 years without what I'm now just going to describe to you, what I did experience would have had, for me, in my own life, less meaning. So each of us finds our own way. I'm not suggesting that you all have to take 50 years to get there. I suspect that you don't have to, but my way was perfect for me. What happened in my life, to give you an example now of what I'm talking about, is I began to experience true oneness, not falsetto oneness or faux oneness, but real oneness in relationship to my significant others, my friends and my family, only in the past 12 or 15 years. First, frankly, it began, you might think, with my romantic partnership, but no, with my children. I began somewhere around 12 or 13, 14 years ago, somewhere in there, to begin sensing that, wow, these kids are me, younger versions of me. Children can do that for parents. If parents watch carefully, they will see themselves in their children. They will see many of the good parts of themselves if they can acknowledge it, and they'll see some parts of themselves that they're not so proud of reflected in their children's behaviors and activities as well. And I saw that with my older children as well, in particular, 10 or 12, 15 years ago. And as I began to notice that, I thought, oh my goodness, I've created mirrors of me all around me. I have 9 children, so there was no way that I could escape it. It was everywhere to be seen. And I saw it in all of my children. And I began that opened my mind and caused me to consider, is it possible that I'm simply looking at another version of myself? And it began to invite me to shift the way I was reacting and responding to my own children. Because while it was not as evident or as obvious with people in the outer world of my life, my coworkers and friends and so forth, with my children, I was interacting on a very consistent, if not a daily basis. And I would see behaviors in them that I saw in myself, as I mentioned a moment ago. And the question was, how was I going to respond to those behaviors when I disapproved of them or disagreed with them or thought that they might not be the best behaviors that my children might exhibit when I saw the same thing in myself? That was an interesting psychological point for me to encounter 15 years ago. And when I began to encounter it really deeply and significantly, I began to ask myself, whoa, you know what? Maybe I need to change not what I'm seeing my son or my daughter do, but what I'm noticing that I do, because my disagreement or my disaffection with what my children are doing is based on my own unhappiness with the way I'm behaving myself. And by the way, if I didn't see that clearly, my children would point it out to me. That's the wonderful benefit of having children, that they will tell you when you're asking them, to do something that you yourself do not do. My children would say, "Oh, Dad, how about if you do what you're telling me to do?" I'll give you one simple example. I would say to one of my children, "You have a real gift for sarcasm. You use sarcasm a lot when you're trying to make a point, and it's not the best way to make a point. I would suggest you drop that from your arsenal." And my son looked at me and he said, "How about if you do it? You go first." And I got it. I got very clearly where he picked up that whole tendency, that whole talent, if you please, to do that. And so that was really my first encounter with oneness. Was when I began to treat and to interact with my own children as if they were simply smaller versions of me, which of course is exactly what they are. Then I wound up finding myself around 7 years ago or so in a remarkable relationship with a significant other in a romantic interaction. And that's my present wife. And she is the person who has allowed me to see myself and to encounter oneness at the next highest level. I see myself all over the actions and interactions of my wonderful wife. she and I really are one. We wear rings on our finger that say other, because we knew as soon as we met, oh, there is my other. Not just in the highfalutin romantic sense, but in fact in every way. The same likes, the same dislikes, the same wonderful tendencies, and some of, frankly, the same faults, if you want to call them faults, the same aspects of our personality that might not be the highest expression of self. We saw all of those things in each other, and that is the glory and the wonder of intimate relationship. We begin to see ourselves in all of our wonder and glory and in all of our completeness as well as the places where we are somewhat incomplete. When we use relationship in that way, it becomes healing, not of the relationship itself, but of our relationship with ourselves. So, you want a practical example? I'll give you a practical example. I'm sitting in the kitchen. My wife is preparing something. She becomes a bit frustrated or a bit annoyed at some small thing that's not going right in the preparation of the meal. She feels that I could perhaps be a little bit more helpful. I really have nothing to do with it, but in that moment it feels to her, it seems to her that part of it at least is my fault. This is a common, simple, everyday misunderstanding. So she turns and she snaps at me. Not viciously, but just a little, just a little statement like, well, at least you could help with cutting up this or whatever, and I look at her and my first reaction would be, there's no need to make that kind of a comment. You don't have to say, well, why would you say that to me? That would have been my first reaction with every other person I've had an intimate relationship with until this one. But I began to sense, wait a minute, that's exactly what I would do in that same situation. I've done it 1,000,000 times, a gazillion times. And so I begin to see myself in my wife. And I look to see what sponsors that statement to me. Did my wife in that moment deliberately want to hurt my feelings? Of course not. Was she attacking me at some level? Of course not. Was she simply venting her frustration in a way that she felt was safe and that she was in safe harbor with me? Absolutely. Do I want to judge the accuracy of her statement or look behind the statement to see what sponsored it and if there's any healing I could offer there? That's when you get up from your chair, walk around the kitchen counter, grab your wife around the waist, hold her close to you for 5 seconds and say, I love you. What can I do to make this moment better for you? I'm here for you. I understand your frustration right now. The meal isn't going as well as you would have liked. Let's see if the two of us can make it more fun and better. And everything shifts and changes. Now, Steve, that's such a small example, but you asked for a real-life example. But here's why it's an important example. I lived through relationship after relationship after relationship for 35 years without ever behaving that way.
And that is so beautiful, Neil. And, this is the unplugged. Just really going down into even these deeply personal experiences and sharing them. And thank you for sharing that. I suspect that you're bringing back lots of things to people listening that it's putting them in touch with concerning their own life and their own relationships and oneness. Let me just do this here real quick before I get to the next question for Neil. I want to just do a quick shout out to people that are listening. A lot of people have put their name and the city, country here in the instant message window. Jan in Ann Arbor, Michigan, Dave in Aston, Pennsylvania, Vicky in Cambria, let's see, Anita in the Cayman Islands, Laurel in St. Petersburg, Florida, Beth in Winfield, Illinois, Anne in Mozambique, Marianne in Luzy, France, Adriana in Sparks, Nevada, Sigrid in Emmen, Netherlands, Peter in Chico, California, Gwen in San Francisco, Donna in Chicago, Tamara in Vancouver, British Columbia, Mary in London, the United Kingdom, Pam in Tucson, Arizona, Linda Farrell Small in Irvington, Virginia, Chaplain Dan in Westlake Village, California, Katrin in Paris, and I won't keep reading, but those are some of the messages that have been put in the window. I invite you, if you're listening on the webinar, to put your name, your city, and your country in the instant message window, and if you have comments or questions or inspirations you'd like to share, please put those in the window as well. And there are many comments in here, Neil, to you, and they all basically say the same thing, how moved and touched they have been by the Conversations with God books, and thanking you for the work you do in the world. Neil, I wanted to go to the Friendship with God book because it has these 7 steps to creating friendship with God. It's I'm just looking at page 57 here. It says the 7 steps are: 1, know God; 2, trust God; 3, love God; 4, embrace God; 5, use God; 6, help God; and 7, thank God. And there's an incredible conversation that takes place around these 7 steps, and it occurs to me that this is about oneness and how we develop our own friendship and conversation with God. Is there any wisdom that, or inspirations or thoughts that you have around that material that you might share?
Well, Steve, yes. First of all, I love Friendship with God as a book. It's just the favorite book of many, many people of the 9 in the Conversations with God's cosmology. I love it because it's really down to earth. It's on the ground. It talks about day-to-day life in a way that some of the other books don't quite get to. Although taken as a collection, all of the books are certainly profound in their messages. But Friendship with God really brings it home on a 9-to-5 basis on the ground. And one of the steps to Friendship with God that people have talked about a lot with me is this business of help God. Like this, does God need help? What does helping God look like? And I'd like to, since you brought it up, talk about that particular aspect of the 7 steps to friendship with God. But first, before that, why bother having a friendship with God in the first place? What's that all about? If we're going to acknowledge, if we are of a mind that tells us that, yes, there is something out there in the universe, call it God, Allah, Brahman, Jehovah, Yahweh, by whatever name it pleases you to refer to that ineffable essence that we call the divine. But if we agree that there's something larger than us out there that we are a part of, if you please, that all of life is a demonstration of, would it not make sense to decide in a very positive and powerful way what our relationship with that essential essence is? That is, we have to ask ourselves some questions. First of all, what is it essentially? Basically, what is that essence? Number 2, what, if anything, does it want? Number 3, what is our relationship to it? Now, as a child, I don't know how it's been for you, my lovely friends who are on this call with me, but in my life as a child, I was taught essentially, to put it in simple terms, to fear God. That it was, in fact, a good for me to grow up to become a God-fearing man. So I had a relationship all through my childhood until probably my 14th or 15th year of what I call a fearship with God. And I'm sorry to say that many of the world's mainline religions also tend to create in people a fearship with God, that we think that God is an entity or an essence, if you please, to be feared. As long as we're obeying God's laws and doing what God wants and obeying God's commands, we're all right. We'll probably be okay. But if we slip and fall or don't understand something completely, or perhaps in the case of some teachings, if we are simply approaching God, no matter how good we are, how nice we are, just going by the wrong path, then we're never going to really return home to God, and God will be furious with us at the end. So we have been taught about a God of furiosity, if I could coin a word, a God who is furious with us if we misbehave, a God who punishes us if we misbehave. In fact, if you read the Bible, if you pick up the Bible with a calculator next to your Bible and punch in the numbers, every time the Bible refers to someone who has been killed at the hand or the command of God, you'll count up almost 2 million people. I'll repeat that. You might have missed it. 2 million people have been killed at the hand or the command of God, if one is to believe Holy Scripture. So that's the kind of a God that we've told ourselves about in humanity's understanding of the divine. And so I never experienced God that way. I experienced God in my life for sure. I knew even at the age of 7, 8, and 9, there must be something larger out there. You can't look at the night sky, for heaven's sake, on a summer evening without becoming very clear, oh my gosh, I am just this tiny, minuscule aspect, this grain of sand on the beach kind of an aspect of the universality of life. Look at this night sky. I mean, there's got to be something larger that is created and is now in charge of things. It would be foolhardy for me to think that I'm it, that I'm the ultimate, the penultimate expression of intelligent life in relationship to all that I'm looking at on a summer evening. So, since I knew at the age of 7, 8, and 9, there's got to be something larger out there, I always felt, don't ask me why, well, I can tell you why, my mother. But my mother always felt, and I got it from her, that yes, A, there's a God, and B, God's our friend, our best friend, would never punish us or condemn us to everlasting damnation for something as simple as wanting to be good but simply choosing the wrong credo, the wrong dogma, so that if you're generous, kind, caring, compassionate, wonderful, and sweet and loving as anyone could possibly be, but you happen to be Jewish, or you happen to be Hindu, or you happen to be Muslim, or you happen to be whatever, not belonging to the right religion, God sends you to everlasting damnation and punishes you in the fires of hell forever. Nobody could reasonably believe in a God like that, which is why we've been pushed away from God. So now, help God means that we give the God of the universe our assistance in expressing and experience itself as who and what it really is. Because without us, all of humanity and all of life, if you please, joining in the process by which God is redefined and re-experienced, and by which God experiences itself fully as what it really is, without our assistance in that process, the process cannot take place. We need to know something that's almost dramatic to say, but let me say it anyway, as dramatic as it may sound. We are as important to God as God is to us. To understand that biologically, think of a single cell in your body, or a single organ, your heart or your liver, or any other organ of your body. That is as important to your whole body as your body is to that. So what you want to know is that God is nothing without you. I like to kid around with God a lot and say, you know what, you're nothing without me. And God says, my son, you're absolutely right. You're right, because you are that which I am. And you are the expression and the experience at the highest level you can conjure of who and what I am and who and what I choose to be. Now that we understand our relationship with each other, we can really be friends, knowing that in the most wonderful, joyful, spiritual way, we're in this together.
Beautiful, Neil. Beautiful. And so wonderful that you're touching on this whole aspect of fear, which is so often the human experience when we talk about the divine, isn't it?
It is, and it's one of the reasons why I woke up many years ago and thought what we really need on this planet right now is a civil rights movement for the soul. We've had civil rights movements, for blacks. We've had civil rights movement for gays. We've had civil rights movements, if you please, for women, for all of the minorities that we have been able to identify on the earth. Now it's time to launch a civil rights movement for the soul, freeing humanity at last from the oppression of its beliefs in a violent, angry, and vindictive God. We're the pioneers in this particular movement. I want to tell you, in 50 or 100 years, this will seem like elementary information. People, your children's children's children, your great-grandchildren will not be able to believe that we actually held the notion that the deity of the universe is a violent, angry, and vindictive God who will punish you with everlasting damnation for the slightest aberration or what it imagines to be your offenses, as if God, in any event, could be hurt or damaged or injured in any way. talk about being children of a lesser God. And in 100 years or less, in 50 years perhaps, we will look back on these days and wonder how we could have ever held such notions, such ideas, such beliefs. So rapid is the advancement of our evolutionary process, however, that we will achieve in the next 30 to 50 years what we have not been able to achieve in the last several thousand, because our evolutionary process, our consciousness, our awareness is increasing exponentially, not in any small measure by the work that you and I are doing today. It's important to understand that as members of humanity's team, you, those of you on this call right now, all over the world, have an opportunity to become part of that process, pioneers in the process of bringing humanity to a new and larger understanding of life itself and of who and what God is and who and what we are in relationship to it. I want to ask a fundamental question here. It's a question I put before audiences everywhere around the world. How is it possible for all of us, 7 billion of us, to all want the same thing? And fundamentally we do. We all want health, safety, security, prosperity, understanding, peace, joy, love, equal opportunity, all the rest. We all want the same thing. How is it possible for 7 billion of us to hanker after the same outcome, to yearn for the same experience, and be singularly unable to produce it except for the tiniest minority of us? That 95% of the world's people are not even close to experiencing what we all say we want to experience. Is it because the human race is simply stupid? Simply just doesn't understand? Or is it possible that there's something we are simply not understanding fully about God and about life, the full understanding of which would change everything? I think that it's clear that the human race is not ignorant. We've put a man on the moon. We've deciphered the human genome. We are a very intelligent species. We simply need one more piece of missing information, the true nature of life and the true nature of divinity. That's the information that will change everything. And you, my friends, listening on this call, can be a singularly important part of the process by which humanity recognizes itself at last.
Mm-hmm. Amen to that, Neil. Let me share here briefly. The call, at least today, is maxed out, so people coming on to the call now need to go onto the webinar, and the code on the webinar is oneness. You can find the link to the call on our Facebook sites. The Humanities Team Worldwide Facebook site might be the easiest one to find a link to the this conference call. Also, the livinginone.com site, which is the summit site. And then I also wanted to share, Neil brought in the Civil Rights Movement for the Soul, and of course that's what Humanities Team is. Humanities Team is the Civil Rights Movement for the Soul, and if you haven't already joined us, I invite you to go to the humanitiesteam.org site and hit the join button, and you can join us. The Civil Rights Movement for the Soul, awakening ourselves and the world of oneness. Neil, as we segue over to the spiritual leadership part of this conversation and just talk about becoming a conscious public service leader, let me ask this question. How can we find the faith and courage to follow our dreams?
By giving someone else the faith and courage to follow theirs. I've learned in my life that the fastest way to experience anything that I want to experience is to cause another to experience that same thing. It's a remarkable formula. We've been given this formula, by the way, many, many thousands of years ago by many, many spiritual masters. The one with which I am most familiar in terms of languaging is this statement that we've all heard in our lifetime: do unto others as you would have it done unto you. Now, that's not just a moral injunction. That's not just a nice, spiritual aphorism. It happens to be an instruction. That is, it's the details on the side of the box that tells you how to make the game work. It's the instructions that come with the game, and the instructions tell us this is how it works. Do unto others. These are the directions we are getting. Do unto others as you would have it done unto you, because what you do unto others is done to you, because there's only one of us, because oneness is a reality, not a hope or a wish or a desire. It's what's so. It's what's true. And whether we're experiencing it or not is merely a matter of our own perception and our perspective. Now, how we can gain that perception, how we can acquire that perspective, how we can step into oneness, how we can, for that matter, step into any aspect of divinity that it pleases us to experience and to express, is to cause another to experience and to express it. If you want to experience, have the courage, as you've just indicated, Steve, the courage and the passion and just all that energy that it takes to step into this magnificent worldwide opportunity. All we have to do is be the source of this for someone else. What you inspire others to do, you will be inspired to do yourself. So I've stopped trying to get myself into a place that I've always wanted to be. I've started years ago putting other people into the place that I have always wanted to be. All of us want to be loved. All of us want to have courage. All of us want to have passion for what we're doing in life. All of us want to have all the wonderful aspects of life expressed that we have heard about. And my entire cosmology, the way I approach the wholeness of my life, has been turned around dramatically as a result of a single statement that I heard in conversations with God many years ago. I asked God, why isn't my life working? I don't understand. Why is it just a process of continuing struggle? What don't I understand here? And God just kind of chuckled and said, Neil, it's all really very simple. You think your life is about you. And it's not. Your life is about everyone else whose life you touch and the way in which you touch it. Now, in the broadest sense, of course, your life is about you because there's nobody else but you. But speaking in the normally used human sense of the words, your life is not about local you. It's about universal you. And how you serve universal you is by serving all of the other local versions of you so that they can have the same experience that you have. That's why the greatest master is not the one with the most followers, but the one who creates the most masters. And so our opportunity here, if we're looking for the compassion and the passion, for the courage and the bravery, for the energy and for the will to step into the world in a way that allows everyone to experience their oneness, is to cause others to have the exact same thing. That's exactly why I spend my life going around the world talking to people, or sitting on the telephone for that matter, making comments exactly like the one I'm making right now.
Beautiful, Neil. Let me read one comment that I think is insightful, and then one question. The comment is from Raylene in Tacoma, Washington. She says, my first experience of oneness was when, in a spiritual class, I realized that every single student there had the same core limiting belief. As we all shared our deepest fear, not enough, not smart enough, prosperous enough, pretty enough, educated enough, etc., I suddenly realized that we are all one, and together we explored the illusion, and then we explored the truth together. I never felt like I belonged anywhere before, but I experienced a deep, deep shift that day. Thank you, Raylene. That is a beautiful comment. And then here's a question from Ruth in Lima, Peru. How can I restore the feeling of loving God? I seem to agree with the concept, but I don't seem to be able to reconnect with the experience of loving God.
Well, Ruth, I just gave the answer a moment ago, and I'll give you another version of the same response. Cause another person to reconnect with their desire and their experience of loving God. If you do nothing else for the next 3 months, but be at cause in the matter of other people reconnecting with a loving God and with their love of God and their desire to love God, if that's all you do for the next 3 months, you will have a direct experience of that yourself. That's the fastest way that I know to experience what it is you choose to experience. There's a slow route as well. I can talk about that just for a second without having to do what I've just suggested, Ruth. You may want to sit down each night of your life and start what I call a gratitude journal. I do this verbally in my head each night. I used to do it with a journal, but now and writing it down. But now I do it verbally because it takes me. I'm used to it. It's a process that I've enjoyed, and I'm used to it, and I can do it in about 10 or 20 seconds. Each night when I'm about to retire and go to sleep, I close my eyes and I run through all of the things for which I am grateful that day. And I actually name them. I don't just kind of think of them obliquely. I actually say sentences in my mind. I actually force my mind to form a sentence. I'm grateful for the fact that I was able to get up early this morning and finish what I didn't finish yesterday and still meet my deadline. I'm grateful for the fact that it didn't rain this afternoon when the painters were coming over to finish painting the fence in the backyard. I'm grateful for the fact that my wife was so kind to me this evening and made me a beautiful, wonderful dinner and has been so generous with her time and her energy and her emotional wealth with me this evening. I'm grateful for the fact that the pain in my left thumb has gone away and I don't have that anymore. Whatever your list is. And I do that every single night of my life before I go to sleep. And suddenly, I find myself saying almost spontaneously, I'm grateful for the life itself that I'm living, this wonderful experience that I'm having. I'm grateful for every single moment of it. And you know what, God? I'm grateful for you. I love you to pieces. What a nifty essence you are to give me this extraordinary experience of life. Who could ask for more? Help me to love others as you have loved me. And that's my nightly routine. Ruth, it may not work for you, but it sure works for me.
Beautiful, Neil. Thank you. This last part of the call is the part of the call that talks about being a conscious public leader. So, Neil, let me ask this question. How have you approached walking out on the world stage as a conscious public service leader? I'm guessing that if we were to go back 15 years to when CWG started, and even in your own family and among your friends, there must have been some lack of support. So how have you approached this, being a conscious public service leader? What wisdom might you share?
I think the biggest wisdom, if I could call it that, just my experience, I don't know whether it's wise or not, but my experience would ask me to share this with you. In my own experience, I've learned that the way to be a leader, a so-called leader, is not to be attempting to produce a particular outcome. If I am doing what I'm doing in order to try to produce a particular outcome, a certain number of sign-ups, a certain level of response, a certain number of books sold, or a certain attendance at my lectures, or whatever it is I think I'm trying to produce as an outcome, a certain number of converts, a certain number of members, whatever. If I'm goal-oriented in that way, I'm going to be done before I start. Because unless I achieve those outcomes, I'll consider myself to be a failure. First of all, that's not even the reason I'm doing what I'm doing. So I have to get very clear. So for me to step into leadership, it was about understanding what leadership is about and what I'm really trying to do. Leadership does not mean follow me. Leadership means I'll go first. I'll go first. But first in what? I'll go first in what? See, what am I trying to do? I'll go first in getting the most number of memberships signed up? I'll go first in having a certain number of people attend my lecture? No. That's not, all of a sudden it's very clear to me. That's not really what I'm trying. I will go first in doing what I can, whatever I can in every moment of my life to call forth the highest demonstration of divinity that moment allows. I promise myself, and I promise you, that I'll go first in that demonstration. That's how I will be a leader, to demonstrate what I'm really here on the planet attempting to achieve and to accomplish. And if I can go first in that way, in that particular function and activity, then I find that everything else falls into place. I find myself being invited into what the world would call leadership activities or positions. Come and give a lecture, or would you write another book, or could you lead a seminar, or could you show up at this leadership conference? Because people begin to recognize, that is to recognize, that is they begin to know again who they really are by observing who you are when you're being who you really are. They recognize themselves. And that's leadership, when you cause other people to recognize who they are by the way you are being, not by what you're doing, but by the way you're being. I'm going to throw a rose here, which I've not been asked to do, but I'm going to do it anyway. It's one of the reasons that Steve Farrell is so incredibly effective as the leader of Humanity's Team, a worldwide global organization with 73 countries and several hundred chapters and so forth. The reason that Steve is so powerful in doing that is that when he steps into the room, the place of beingness that he holds, he's always being soft and gentle, compassionate and caring, consensus building and agreeable, and he's always being totally non-offensive and totally loving and totally into the place of experiencing other people's point of view as if they were his own, and doing that with great compassion and insight. That kind of beingness, when it walks into a room, cannot help but produce the outcome of other people asking you, lead us, not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. And they see that in Steve. And we see that in all great leaders. We saw it in Lincoln. We saw it in Washington in terms of American leadership. We saw it in leaders of other countries, in Gandhi. It's exactly what we saw in Gandhi. We made Gandhi a leader because he gave us back to ourselves by the way he was being. So, you want to step into leadership? Step into a firm decision to be your own highest demonstration of the grandest notion you ever had about yourself, and the world will lift you up into leadership without you even asking it to.
Well, thank you for that, Neil. Thank you for the wisdom and the warmth. And as I've shared, many times over the years, we are a mutual admiration society, aren't we? Thank you for just the incredible leadership you bring to the world through your life work. Neil, we're down to the last 3 minutes. Are there one of the questions we have on the website that was a question that several people brought in? It was, are there mistakes to avoid? Are there things as people are looking at living in oneness and being a public service leader in oneness? Are there things you might caution people about?
Well, in the spiritual sense, there are no such things as mistakes. There are only steps on the road to our next evolutionary stopping point and our next evolutionary, the next juncture in our evolutionary path. So spiritually speaking, I wouldn't worry about mistakes. I think the biggest mistake we can make is to worry about making mistakes. But in a more common use of the words, let me acknowledge that as human beings usually understand the question, I would say this. Ego, for me, has been the area where I have to watch out for making mistakes. I try very, very hard. I don't always succeed, but I try very, very hard to keep my ego in check, to stop myself from thinking that somehow or another, in some way, shape, manner, or form, I'm bigger, better, or more than anybody else. I don't always succeed at that, but I'm doing better with it than I did in the years past, because I've come to see that when I fall into the temptations of the ego, I block myself and stop myself from experiencing the highest notion and the grandest expression of who I am that it's possible for me to experience in any given situation, circumstance, or moment. So I would say watch out for your ego. Allow yourself to, somebody had a great acronym for ego, edging God out. And I always remembered that. I thought, yeah, that's exactly what ego is in a sense. Now, I don't want ego to have a bad rap. Ego has a place, you know. Without ego, you wouldn't understand yourself as your local self. You would not be able to differentiate yourself from all the rest of you, which we call us. So ego is not a bad thing in and of itself, but ego run amok is what I'm talking about, ego out of control. And my ego has been out of control at certain points of my life. I'm not too proud to admit it, and that would be the mistake that I would think we should watch out for. But again, in the largest spiritual sense, even that's not a mistake. The biggest mistake is worrying about making mistakes. So if I've made some so-called mistakes with my ego run amok, they've taught me what I needed to learn in a way that was powerful in my own experience, which has stopped me from going in those directions in the future. So in that sense, like a scientist in a laboratory undertaking an experiment, there's no such things as mistakes. There are simply outcomes that point us in a different direction that allow us to move more accurately and more efficiently and more effectively toward the goal we seek to achieve.
And with that, Neil, that is the last word. As we shared at the beginning of the call, we'd run out of time, and here we are. It's now 1 o'clock Pacific time. So, Neil, I want to thank you not only for being on the call, because that's a small part of why me and all of us in the Humanities team would want to thank you. We gave Neil our very first Spiritual Leadership Award in 2005, and Neil is so deserving of that award because he has changed people's minds about God and about life. And there's just a sense of this loving God that is in each person and all of life. And Neil, I want to thank you for that. I know all of the 100,000 people in Humanities team all around the world want to thank you for that. Thank you for leading this first program here in our Living in Oneness 5 Pillars for Success Summit. It was an amazing hour. I also want to invite people, if you enjoyed the call and if there's an MP3 link or transcripts or CDs that you might be interested in, if on the Living in Oneness site there's an upgrade page, and you can see all of that, those items that are at a moderate price. And lastly, the call tomorrow, again with Ken Wilber, it's 1 hour later. It's between 1 and 2 Pacific time. I want to invite you to join us. That'll be a fascinating call that comes behind this call with Neil Donald Walsh. And last, Nanette Kennedy D. Meyer, thank you for holding down this call, and all of you all over the world. And I was only able to shout out to a few of you. Thank you so much for being with us. It was an amazing hour, and I think Neil has given us all a lot to sleep on here tonight. So have a fabulous rest of your day or evening, and we'll see you tomorrow at 1 o'clock Pacific time. Goodbye, and thanks again.